Chapter 560. Yuan Yidongfang Haojie and Ning Qi immediately stood up with vigilance and looked at the person who had arrived. Miss Shui, follow me back. Ning Qi finally saw the person's appearance after he came closer. He looked to be in his 40s with bronze skin and white hair. His eyes swept over Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie indifferently before finally stopping on Xueling. Who are you? Dongfang Haojie asked with some fear. The other party's aura was so thick that it caused his heart to palpitate. At this moment, Tianzhu had also sensed that something was wrong and hurried over from the backyard. However, his face revealed a horrified expression when he saw the white-haired middle-aged man. He stood on the spot and did not dare to move. The white-haired middle-aged man glanced at Dongfang Haojie and ignored him. He continued to look at Xueling. Yuan Yi, I did not expect you to chase me all the way here. Xueling coldly looked at the white-haired middle-aged man. A trace of hatred flashed across her eyes. Ning Qi understood a little. The person who had arrived was likely Xueling's enemy. He realized that when he checked the other party's attributes, they were all question marks. This meant that the other party was likely not a Do Zun but a Do Xing. Ning Qi was a little shocked when he thought of this. Miss Shui, the young master has said that as long as you turn back, he will still treat you the same. Yuan Yi faintly said. Can't he let me off? Xueling softly said. Your Snow Dragon tribe should feel honored to be the young master's woman. Yuan Yi's voice turned cold. A frightening aura was immediately emitted from his body. This aura immediately alerted the guards in the mansion. The old eunuch led a large group of young eunuchs and flew over. Their faces revealed shock and anger when they saw Yuan Yi, this uninvited guest. How did this fellow appear here? Master, do you want to? The old eunuch looked at Dongfang Haojie and made a throat-slitting gesture. Dongfang Haojie shook his head slightly. Yuan Yi casually slapped the old eunuch when he saw his action. The old eunuch, who was over 100 feet away from him, seemed to have been struck by an enormous force. He flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground. He was instantly seriously injured. You! Dongfang Haojie was furious. He took a step forward and stared at Yuan Yi coldly. Do you know where this place is? This is the capital of the 9 States Empire, and there is a Do Di standing guard here. You dare to attack and injure people in my residence? Are you not afraid of being suppressed by the Do Di? Do Di. Yuan Yi's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he looked at Xueling and said, Miss Shui, come with me. Otherwise, or else what? Xueling's eyes narrowed. Otherwise, I will kill all these people here. They saw your true appearance, so even death cannot wipe out their crimes. But if Miss Shui is willing to return with me, I can let them off for Miss Shui's sake. Yuan Yi smiled. Brother Ning, quickly make this fiend leave. Venerable Heavenly Pig transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. You know where he came from? Ning Qi frowned. I don't know where he came from, and I've never seen him before. But based on my strong senses as a beast, I'm afraid this guy is even stronger than the Purple Sun Sword Emperor. Ning Qi could hear the trembling in his voice. Stronger than the Purple Sun Sword Emperor? Could it be that this white-haired middle-aged man, who Xueling addressed as Yuan Yi, was also a Do Di? No wonder he revealed a disdainful smile. A Do Di could indeed enter and exit the capital as he pleased. Even if he killed everyone here, the royal family would not choose to offend a Do Di. Who did Miss Shui offend, and who is the young master he mentioned? Ning Qi's heart gradually sank. What a joke! Who are you? How dare you start a massacre in my capital? An angry cry was suddenly transmitted from the distance. After which, Yi Mingyu led a group of constables from the Black Prison sect as they broke through the air and arrived. Yi Mingyu was a 1-star Do Zun, and the constables he brought were all Do Zongs. Even some of the geniuses on the man ranking were no match for these constables. Why is Yi Mingyu here? Dongfang Haojie and Ning Qi were slightly startled, after which, Dongfang Haojie's face revealed a trace of joy. Yi Mingyu was the chief constable of the Black Prison Sect, and the chief constable of the Black Prison Sect was also a Do-di. If he appeared, perhaps the other party would be a little afraid? Ningqi, I have come to invite you to the Black Prison Sect. I have evidence that you are related to the robbery at the Rain City Market. However, before this, I will not allow this fellow to do as he pleases in the capital. Yi Mingyu looked at Ningqi and said indifferently. After which, he looked at Yuan Yi. What robbery at the Rain City Market? Is this fellow here to frame me? Ningqi laughed coldly in his heart. What is your name and where are you from? Come with us back to the Black Prison Sect. Yi Mingyu's underling walked towards Yuan Yi and took out a metal chain to tie him up. Puff puff puff. In the end, these few Black Prison Sect constables, who were equivalent to the Do Zone class, were sent flying backwards in a situation where no one could clearly see what had happened. This time around, Yuan Yi had used a killing move. After they landed on the ground, their breathing was completely gone. They were already dead. Yi Mingyu's pupils suddenly shrank. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Yuan Yi. His palm was covered with black do-chi as he covered Yuan Yi's head. Black prison palm. This fellow is really courting death. Tianzhu could not help but look at Yi Mingyu with a pitiful expression when he saw this scene. A mere one-star Do Zun dares to kill a constable of the Black Prison Sect. Die! Yi Mingyu shouted angrily. His palm was about to hit Yuan Yi's head. Boom! Yuan Yi did not dodge. He allowed Yi Mingyu's attack to land on his head. However, in the next moment, Yi Mingyu was sent flying like a cannonball. He smashed through the wall of the courtyard and landed in the middle of the street. This scene caused all the passers-by to stop and look over in shock. Isn't that Yi Mingyu, the chief constable of the Black Prison Sect? Why is he in such a sorry state? Who dares to provoke the Black Prison Sect in the capital? Is he tired of living? The passers-by were extremely shocked. At this moment, no one was more shocked than Yi Mingyu. He had clearly sensed that the other party's aura was that of a one-star Do Zun. However, the other party had not even used a single move. He had merely relied on his protective Do-chi to cause him to suffer a great backlash and be seriously injured. Puff! Yi Mingyu involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression immediately became much more listless. There was a trace of fear in his expression as he looked at Yuan Yi. Could he be a Do Xing? Chief Constable, are you all right? A few constables from the Black Prison Sect, who had been standing on the spot, hurriedly ran to Yi Mingyu's side. Let's go. Yi Mingyu quickly made a decision. He did not care about the corpses of his subordinates that were still inside. He led the remaining subordinates and swiftly left the place. Yuan Yi looked at Xueling. Miss Xue, can we go now? All right, I will go with you. Xueling was silent for a moment before nodding. Yuan Yi revealed a smile on his face. Ningqi, you take care of yourself. Xueling walked to Ningqi's side. She removed the hoop that the Demon Dragon King had given her and handed it to Ningqi. Keep it well. Ningqi instinctively extended his hand to receive it. His expression suddenly changed slightly. Without batting an eyelid, he kept the hoop into his spatial bag. Chapter 561. Has he gone mad? We are just ordinary friends. Xueling's expression changed slightly as she replied indifferently. Ordinary friends? A cold glint flashed across Yuan Yi's eyes. Young master's woman is not to be sullied. Xueling's eyes revealed a trace of shock when she heard this. In the next moment, Yuan Yi slammed his palm towards Ningqi. This palm was completely different from the one he had used on the old eunuch. The do-chi between the heavens and the earth was completely absorbed and condensed in Yuan Yi's palm. Subsequently, a stream of white chi gushed out and transformed into a chi dragon with 2 pairs of wings, which bombarded Ningqi's body. Ningqi was caught off guard and was sent flying. His body crashed into the wall behind the guest hall and a few other rooms. The entire area was instantly turned into ruins, burying Ning Qi underneath. The huge commotion attracted the attention of some experts in the capital. They flew over one after another. Brother Ning. Tianzhu's eyes revealed an anxious expression. However, he realized that he had been locked onto by the other party's aura. He did not dare to move and could only pray that Ning Qi was still alive. However, even a Do Zong or Do Zun might not be able to survive this attack, right? Dongfang Haojie did not make a sound. The next moment, his body turned into a ray of light and charged toward Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was about to kill him when Xue Ling took a step forward and stood between them. Yuan Yi randomly extended his hand and flicked Dongfang Haojie's finger when he saw this. Dongfang Haojie seemed to have been hit by a huge force and was sent flying. Yuan Yi, that's enough. Xue Ling's voice was incomparably cold. A faintly discernible cold air was emitted from her body. A layer of solid ice formed on the ground and spread toward Yuan Yi. Soon, the surface of Yuan Yi's body was covered by solid ice. This was Xue Ling's innate ability. However, Yuan Yi's body trembled in the next moment and the layer of ice shattered into pieces. He said calmly, "No matter what relationship you had with that human in Dongxian, he's dead now. From now on, you can only have the young master in your heart." Who did Dongfang Haojie offend? Even his house is about to be destroyed. Who is that lady? It looks like her cultivation base is quite high. At the very least, she is stronger than you and me. A few dozongs stood in the air, looking at this scene in shock. At this time, a few more streaks of light pierced through the air. Divine Dragon Marquis. Sky Sword Marquis. Marquis Jinbei. King Mu. Could that be the Black Prison Sect's highest-ranked constable? The crowd looked at the silhouettes that appeared one after another, and their faces were filled with shock, especially the last middle-aged man. He was wearing the traditional uniform of the Black Jail Sect, and behind him was the respectful Yi Mingyu. It was not difficult for the crowd to guess that this middle-aged man was the highest-ranked constable in the Black Jail Sect, second only to the chief of detectives. That was a Do Xing class existence. Yuan Yi merely glanced at them with a tinge of impatience in his eyes. "Constable Yang, that's him." Yi Mingyu coldly pointed at Yuan Yi and said to Yang Ku. The Divine Dragon Marquis and the rest also sensed that Yuan Yi was extraordinary, so they did not act on their own. They all looked at Yang Ben. Other than King Mu, Yang Ben was the strongest person present. King Mu was only a Do Zun, while Yang Ben was an old monster who had been famous for a long time and was on the Sky List. Yang Ben's expression was somewhat serious as he looked at Yuan Yi. He said something that shocked everyone. "May I know why Senior is here?" "Senior? Why would Constable Yang address him as Senior?" Yi Mingyu's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. King Mu and the rest came to their senses and looked at Yuan Yi in shock. If even an expert on the Sky List addressed him as Senior, then he was most likely a Do Di. Thinking of this, the Sky Sword Marquis figure moved and nearly lost his footing in the air. "Scram!" Yuan Yi said indifferently. "Yes." Yang Ben's expression changed slightly as he decisively turned and left. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed, not daring to stay for a moment longer. However, they did not fly far and remained in the air, observing the situation. At the same time, Yang Ku ordered Yi Mingyu, "Go and invite the chief of detectives over." "Yes." Yi Mingyu turned and left with a shocked expression. Hearing this, he could already determine Yuan Yi's cultivation. There are a total of 4 Do Di in this place. Although their cultivations are not high, it would ultimately be troublesome if they were to join hands. Yuan Yi looked at Xue Ling when he thought of this. He spoke somewhat impatiently. "Miss Xue, if you still do not leave, don't blame me for capturing you back. At that time, I am willing to accept punishment even if the young master knows about it." "You killed my brother, you cannot leave." Dongfang Haojie climbed up from the ground. There was a hole in his chest from which fresh blood flowed continuously. His eyes were bloodshot and incomparably red. Master! The old eunuch dragged his seriously injured body and ran to Dongfang Haojie's side, trying to stop him from sending himself to death. The old eunuch already knew that Yuan Yi's origin was probably very frightening. Yuan Yi looked coldly at Dongfang Haojie. Aunt, I did not kill you just now because I was giving Miss Shui face. This time, you are seeking death. An intense killing intent spread out from Yuan Yi's body and swept toward Dongfang Haojie after he finished speaking. A faint smile appeared on Dongfang Haojie's face. He knew that he was definitely going to die. Boom! Just as Yuan Yi was about to kill Dongfang Haojie, the place where Ning Qi was buried suddenly exploded. Bricks and tiles flew in all directions. Ning Qi walked out from inside with a dirty face and walked toward Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was slightly startled. He did not die. Yuan Yi was well aware of the strength of his palm. It was enough to kill a one-star Do Zun. The other party's cultivation was merely at the peak of the Do Huang class, right? This person reduced my health to only 100 points in one move. I nearly died. Fortunately, the earring that Elder Meng gave me increased my health by 200,000 points. Fortunately, my war god body broke through to the 3rd stage today. Otherwise, I would be a corpse by now, Ning Qi thought as he walked to Dongfang Haojie's side. You are not dead? Dongfang Haojie's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Supremacy Tianzhu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. Brother Dongfang, are you stupid? You want to fight him to the death? Don't you know that a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him? Quickly move to the side. Ning Qi transmitted his voice to Dongfang Haojie. Xueling saw that Ning Qi did not seem to be injured at all. A strange light flashed in her eyes and she said to Yuan Yi, I will go with you. Don't hurt anyone else. Otherwise, I will self-destruct my dragon body. Your young master will not get anything. Yuan Yi had originally planned to kill Ning Qi when he saw that Ning Qi could withstand his attack. However, after hearing Xueling's words, he could only take a deep look at Ning Qi and nodded to Xueling, let's go. Wait, Ning Qi said. Yuan Yi suddenly turned around and looked coldly at Ning Qi. Although I am not your match now, it does not mean that I won't be in the future. What is your name? I will personally return this palm strike to you in the future. As for the young master you mentioned, tell him that Lady Shui does not like him. Don't pester her. She even sent you out to capture people. What a scandal! Ning Qi smiled faintly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They looked at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a madman. Chapter 562. Chapter 562. An adorable old man Jin Yuan Yi looked at Ning Qi with murderous intent. If Xueling had not threatened him with her life, he would have turned Ning Qi into minced meat. A moment later, Yuan Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile. With your talent, you're not even qualified to be my young master's servant. If you're looking for death, come find me in the North Xianland. He looked at Xueling, 3 breath. I will only give you 3 breath. If you don't leave with me, this boy will die. Take care. Xueling transmitted her voice to Ning Qi. Without waiting for Ning Qi's reply, she left with Yuan Yi and disappeared from everyone's sight. Heaven Sword Marquis and the rest looked at Ning Qi with gloating eyes. So that mysterious expert came for this girl. This girl's background is definitely extraordinary. North Xian. I'm afraid she is the descendant of a Do Di. With this boy's talent, how can he get close to her? It's a pity that the constables of the Black Jail sect died in vain. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Yang Ben. There was a clear change in Yang Ben's expression after Yuan Yi left. He heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Ning Qi with a gloomy expression. In a flash, he appeared above Ning Qi. Dongfang Haojie's expression changed slightly and he cupped his hands together. Greetings, Constable Yang. Where did they come from? Yang Ben said indifferently, ignoring Dongfang Haojie. Ning Qi looked at Yang Ben and smiled. Constable Yang, you heard it just now. They are from North Xian. As for their background, I really don't know. You don't know? Yang Ben's face showed a trace of anger. If the chief constable came later, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he couldn't even tell the other party's background? Feeling the faint murderous intent from Yang Ben, Ning Qi hesitated. Should he tell the other party that he was about to become Meng Qingling's disciple? At least it would give the other party some scruples. Just now, Yi Mingyu had publicly tried to frame him. This Constable Yang was probably not a good person. Constable Yang, this is a misunderstanding. I can prove for him that he doesn't know the other party's background. Dongfang Haojie stepped forward and said, You? Even you, Rujin, doesn't have the right to speak in front of me. Who do you think you are? Why do you keep interrupting this matter? Yang Ben glared at him and Dongfang Haojie felt a heavy blow on his chest. The wound that had already stopped bleeding started to bleed again. The old eunuch was startled and hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Dongfang Haojie. Master, my master, let's not interfere in this matter. Constable Yang, that guy just killed a few constables of your black jail sect. You didn't say anything and now you are venting your anger on us. Is this the style of your black jail sect? Ning Qi sneered. His voice, under the agitation of his dou qi, instantly spread several miles. Kid, Constable Yang is not someone you can guess. Yi Mingyu and the others flew to Yang Ben's side. When they saw Ning Qi being so disrespectful to Yang Ben, they immediately berated him. Only Lord Mu of the Mu family looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully. When Ning Qi met his gaze, Lord Mu even revealed a friendly smile. Not far away. Sister, that guy is currently in trouble. Even if we don't do anything, he probably won't be able to walk out of the capital alive. Why don't we take on some other missions so that we won't be ridiculed by our fellow disciples in Fire Phoenix City? Zhou Luning sent a sound transmission to Wuma Fengling. Wuma Fengling looked coldly at Ning Qi. No, I want to kill him with my own hands. This is my first mission, I can't fail. Seeing Wuma Fengling set her sights on Ning Qi, Zhou Luning could only smile helplessly. This guy might look more mature than her, but he was actually very childish. Ning Qi fearlessly swept his gaze across Sky Sword Marquis and the others and sneered. Am I wrong? Didn't you see it with your own eyes just now? Constable Yang, this kid is related to the robbery in Rain City Market. I will arrest him and bring him to justice, and interrogate him properly. Yi Mingyu did not plan to let Ning Qi continue and directly asked Yang Ben for instructions. Yang Ben lightly nodded. Yi Mingyu sneered and was about to attack Ning Qi. Wait. A stream of light pierced through the air. Yu Rujin stood in front of Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie with a smile. She looked at Yang Ben and said, Constable Yang, there is some misunderstanding in this matter. Let's talk in private? Eunuch Yu is here too. Unfortunately, he is not important enough. Besides, the Black Jail sect does not have a good relationship with the eunuch. I'm afraid he can't protect that guy. Yes, the passers-by revealed a smile. They were just here to watch a show. The more exciting it was, the better. You Rujin, you old eunuch, what right do you have to talk to me? Yang Ben sneered, not giving Yu Rujin any face. Sure enough, everyone thought to themselves. They all looked at Yu Rujin to see how he would react. Yu Rujin's expression did not change. She still smiled and said, Constable Yang, the capital is governed by the law. If the Black Jail sect can produce evidence, I will let you take this kid away today. If you don't have evidence, then I'm sorry, but you can't take him away. Then I will take you as well, Yang Ben said lightly. Then, he gently raised his hand and pressed down on Yu Rujin. Yu Rujin's face instantly turned red. With a bang, he knelt on the ground and smashed through the flagstones on the ground. Gravel splashed everywhere. How dare he humiliate me in public? Yu Rujin looked shocked and angry. She never thought that Yang Ben would be so bold. After all, He was a close eunuch of the Emperor of Jiuzhou. Eunuch. Dongfang Haojie showed a trace of anger on his face and shouted at Yang Ben. Yang Ben, you have no respect for the law. I will personally go to the Emperor to complain about you. Doesn't your eunuch like to complain? But as far as I know, Dongfang Haojie, you are no longer a third-rank eunuch. I'm afraid you are not even qualified to see the Emperor. Yang Ben sneered. Then he said to Yi Mingyu, what are you waiting for? Do it. Yes. Yi Mingyu looked at Yu Rujin and Dongfang Haojie with satisfaction, and then flew toward Ningqi. It's so lively here. What's going on? A faint voice came from afar. Everyone looked over. After seeing the face of the newcomer, there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Manjulu? Yang Ben frowned and said, this matter has nothing to do with you. You'd better go back to the Tianji Institute. Manjulu ignored him, turned around and shouted, Master, I found the boy. He is here. Master? Everyone showed a trace of surprise on their faces. Master Jin appeared in front of everyone, fuming with rage. He scolded Ningqi, Brat, how dare you spout such nonsense outside? Since when was that saber in your hand refined by me? Behind Master Jin, Chu Feng and the others followed, and they looked at Ningqi with a grim smile. Chapter 563. Chapter 563. Overbearing Court Master Jin. Yang Ben's eyes were filled with fear. He withdrew Yu Rujin's aura and cupped his hands at the old man. Court Master Jin, this man is a criminal of our Black Jail sect. Did he spread rumors about you? That's great, I was planning to bring him to the Black Jail sect for interrogation. Ningqi. You're dead. How dare you tell such a big lie? Yuan Shang looked at Ningqi with a gloating expression. Dongfang Lingdong and Chu Xian also had a faint smile on their faces. Ningqi lied to them that the saber was made by Court Master Jin. Now that the Court Master was here, Ningqi's fate would not be any better. Something seems to have happened here. Even the Black Jail sect's Supreme Constable is here? Yuan Kongming, Chu Feng, and Dongfang Yulua glanced at each other with grave expressions, especially Dongfang Yulua. When she noticed that Dongfang Haojie was injured, a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Good Lord, this is going to be a good show, ha ha. Ji Kaishi and the others also revealed gloating smiles. However, when Mu Bai saw that King Mu was also here, he shrunk his head, as if he was afraid of being seen by King Mu. However, it was useless, King Mu had already seen him. Mu Bai could only let out a hollow laugh, and obediently stood behind King Mu with Mu Junior. The old man ignored Yang Ben and landed in front of Ningqi. He scolded, Kid, give me an explanation, or you'll be beaten when we get back. Ningqi smiled fawningly, Senior Jin, it's like this. My saber is an ancestral saber, but those people. Ningqi pointed at Yuan Kongming and the others. Those people coveted my ancestral saber. If I wasn't smart, I would have been robbed by them. Is that so? The old man frowned and looked coldly at Yuan Kongming and the others. Chu Feng felt that the old man's gaze was not right. His heart skipped a beat. Did Court Master Jin know that guy? Yang Ben was also surprised. At this time, Yi Mingyu transmitted a message to him. Constable Yang, this guy seems to be related to Court Master Jin. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Ben transmitted a message coldly. A trace of fear appeared on Yi Mingyu's face. I saw that this child had an ancient puppet, and Master Jin was overjoyed when he saw it. I thought that was all there was to their relationship. I didn't expect that Master Jin would personally come today. As the head constable of the Black Jail sect, he had already realized that Elder Jin had come with an ulterior motive. He was probably planning to protect Ningqi. Senior Jin, we are only curious about the origin of his saber. We have no other intentions. Yuan Kongming cupped his hands and forced a smile. Old man Jin nodded. Master Jin, he is a suspect of our Black Prison sect, If Yang Ben hesitated for a moment before speaking. He wanted to test the relationship between Ning Qi and Old Man Jean. If it wasn't what he imagined, then he would definitely capture Ning Qi. No one had ever dared to not give him face in front of so many people. Ning Qi had just said those words. If he didn't teach them a lesson, how would they look at the Black Prison sect in the future? What suspect? Get lost! Old Man Jean shouted. Yes. Yang Ben turned around and left. Seeing this, Yimingyu hurriedly followed behind. Sky Sword Marquis and the rest were dumbfounded. They stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. Old Man Jean didn't let them leave, so they didn't dare to leave. Dongfang Haojie and Yu Rujin revealed a smile of relief. Looking at Yang Ben's back, the corners of their lips curled into a mocking smile. Seeing this scene, the passers-by suddenly felt pity for Yang Ben. As the top constable of the Black Prison sect, a battle sage, he was scolded twice in a day, and both times, he was told to get lost. He had lost all his face. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng and the other prodigies involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A few of them started to tremble. They couldn't believe that Ning Qi really had a relationship with Master Jean. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Master Jean scanned the crowd. Yes. After the Sky Sword Marquis and the rest received their orders, they turned and ran. With their status and cultivation, they were no different from ants in front of Old Man Jean. Many of them rejoiced inwardly that they did not attack Ning Qi, otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as Yang Ben, losing all face. Let's go too. Yuan Kongming hesitated for a while, and glanced at Chu Feng and Dongfang Yulu. His words implied that he wanted to ask the 2,000 middle spiritual crystals from Ning Qi. However, at this moment, Old Man Jean intentionally glared at them. Seeing this, Chu Feng directly flew away. Not long later, except for Dongfang Yuluo, everyone else left. After everyone left, Manjulu couldn't help but give Old Man Jean a thumbs up. Master, you are so domineering. These guys didn't even dare to make a sound. Old Man Jean smiled proudly. At this time, Dongfang Haojie and Yu Rujin came forward together and bowed. Old Man Jean nodded to the two of them. After glancing at Dongfang Haojie's injuries, he casually stretched out his hand and Dongfang Haojie's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of shock. This was the first time he saw Old Man Jin's skills up close. He didn't expect that even Yuan Yi's injuries could be healed so easily. Boy, there is some progress in the research of the dragon-slaying bullet. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Take out your bronze puppet and let me study it. Old Man Jean smiled at Ning Qi. Dongfang Haojie's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Why was Master Jin's attitude towards Ning Qi so strange? What was the dragon-slaying bullet? Yu Rujin's eyes were thoughtful at first, then she looked at Ning Qi in shock. Could this boy be a refining genius? Yes, that's right. This was the only way to explain why Dean Jean, who had an incomparably eccentric personality, would treat Ning Qi with special respect. Thinking of this, the way Yu Rujin looked at Ning Qi changed a little. Dongfang Yulu reacted very quickly. She also guessed from Old Man Jin's words, and her face revealed a shocked expression. Senior, take this puppet and study it first. I still have something to do in the capital these few days. Just return it to me when I leave. Ning Qi took out the ancient bronze puppet without hesitation. Seeing it suddenly appear, Dongfang Yuluo's eyes were filled with shock. As for Venerable Celestial Pig, he ran forward excitedly and sized up this big guy that even Purple Sun Sword Emperor couldn't destroy with one blow. Ha, that's great. Without saying a word, Old Man Jean carried the bronze puppet and flew in the direction of the Heavenly Fortune Institute. This scene immediately shocked the passers-by nearby. Little brother Ning, I'll go and take a look. Remember to inform me when you leave this time. I still need to ask you about physics. Chapter 564. The eunuch's savior. After old Jean and Manjula left, the place became quiet again. The young eunuchs went to find tools to repair the broken wall. Dongfang Haojie looked at Dongfang Yulong. What are you doing here? Dongfang Yulong hesitated and said, The holy land of our family is going to open the Nine Suns Tower. Are you going? Nine Suns Tower? Ningqi was curious, but Yu Ruijin said, He's going. Okay, I'm leaving. Dongfang Yulong left without waiting for Dongfang Haojie's reply. Dongfang Haojie looked at Yu Ruijin and smiled bitterly. Eunuch Yu, why did you agree for me? I don't want to step into the Dongfang family now. The Nine Suns Tower is the holy land of your Dongfang family. It's said that it's connected to the Dry Bones Forbidden Area. It's good for you. Since you're no longer a third-rank eunuch, you're qualified to go in. Yu Ruijin said. Brother Dongfang, eunuch Yu won't hurt you. I'm just curious. What's your relationship with Dongfang Yulong? Ningqi asked curiously. Dongfang Haojie rolled his eyes at Ningqi. It's none of your business. Then, he turned around and left. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why are you staring at me? Ningqi muttered. Yu Ruijin looked at Dongfang Haojie's back and smiled. Then, she looked at Ningqi. Little brother Ning, you're really good at hiding. I didn't expect Mistress Jean to value you so much. My previous worries were in vain. Ningqi's face became serious. He respectfully bowed to Yu Ruijin and said, Eunuch Yu, I saw how you protected me just now. Please accept this elixir, Eunuch Yu. Then, Ningqi spent 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins to buy a body-shaping elixir and gave it to Yu Ruijin. Yu Ruijin was relieved, but when he saw the elixir, he was surprised. The elixir gave him a strange feeling. As one of the eunuchs of the Jiuzhou Empire, he had seen all kinds of elixirs, but he had never seen the elixir in Ningqi's hand. What elixir is this? Yu Ruijin took it and asked curiously. Ningqi smiled and said, Low-grade profound rank body sculpting pill. Oh, it's a body sculpting pill. Yu Ruijin nodded calmly. 3 breaths later, his expression froze. His face became redder and redder, and he looked at Ningqi in shock. You, what did you just say it was? Mystic class low-grade body shaping pill. Ningqi repeated. Supremacy Tianzhu reminded. That is an ancient elixir that has been lost for generations. I know it's a lost ancient elixir, but this is the body sculpting elixir. Yu Ruijin looked at the elixir in his hand with tears in his eyes. His hands were trembling. Suddenly, he realized something and looked at Ningqi. Little Dongfang also took this elixir? Yes. Ningqi smiled and nodded. No wonder he wants to resign from his position as a third-rank embroidered eunuch. He is no longer a eunuch. Yu Ruijin laughed and cried at the same time. Supremacy Tianzhu could not help but twitch his mouth. Was this old man crazy? As a demon beast, Venerable Celestial Pig did not realize how helpful the body sculpting elixir was to Yu Ruijin, so he did not understand why Yu Ruijin would be so excited and lose his composure after seeing a mere body sculpting elixir. This was not an elixir that could increase one's cultivation. Was it necessary? It was not even as good as a whole roast cow. Supremacy Tianzhu cursed in his heart. Little brother Ning, no, brother Ning, I, Yu Ruijin, entered the palace at the age of 3 and have been in the palace for more than 300 years. My family has long been destroyed, and there are no descendants left. I thought that the bloodline of the Yu family could only be passed down to my generation. I did not expect that I would have a chance to turn over a new leaf. Please accept my bow. Yu Ruijin bowed to Ningqi solemnly. The young eunuchs and some passers-by saw what was happening through the hole in the wall, and were shocked. They had only seen Ningqi give Yu Ruijin a medicinal pill. Why did he make Yu Ruijin bow to him? Was it because of Headmaster Jean? Eunuch Yu, you are brother Dongfang's elder and also my elder. You can't do this. Ningqi stepped forward to help Yu Ruijin up. All right. Yu Rujin was touched by the way he addressed Ningqi. The way he looked at Ningqi gradually softened. It was the same way he looked at Dongfang Haojie. It was the way he looked at his own nephew. Then, I'll go back first. Yu Rujin could not wait to try the effects of this mystic lower-grade body sculpting pill. Take care, eunuch Yu. Ningqi walked Yu Rujin to the door. I've become the eunuch's savior. Ningqi laughed self-deprecatingly. Supremacy Tianju finally reacted. Brother Ning, I know why he's so excited. You're too slow. Oh right, I have to go out. Stay here for a while. Many people saw you just now. It's inevitable that someone will recognize you. Ningqi said. What are you going to do? Supremacy Tianju was confused. I have to do what I have to do. Otherwise, how can I go to the Black Northland in the future? A cold glint flashed in Ningqi's eyes. Supremacy Tianju only reacted when Ningqi disappeared from his sight. Brother Ning, are you really going to cause trouble for that guy? No, I must persuade him. He's courting death. Divine Dragon Marquis residence. At the main entrance, Ningqi looked at the red door with a cold glint in his eyes. The guard at the door looked at Ningqi with a solemn expression. Someone had already gone to inform the elder. Duan Jiwen, ranked 99th on the Dragon leaderboard. After cultivating for several years, he shocked the world with a single move. His ranking went from 200 to 100. That was the introduction of him in this issue of the Dragon leaderboard. 99, I'll start with you. Ningqi walked toward the main entrance of the Divine Dragon Marquis residence when he recalled Duan Mushing heckling him like a monkey. Stop. Ningqi, this is the Divine Dragon Marquis residence. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. The guards stepped forward and berated Ningqi. There was a hint of fear in their eyes that could not be concealed. These people had seen the ancient puppet when Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng were fighting with Duan Minglong and the others. That was why they were afraid of Ningqi. Behave atrociously? I'm here to challenge Duan Jiwen of your Divine Dragon Marquis residence. Ningqi smiled faintly. At that moment the door opened. Duan Shoujuan walked out with a large group of Duan family elders and disciples. When they heard Ningqi's words, their eyes were filled with shock. You want to challenge Duan Jiwen? Chapter 565. Chapter 565 of HISTORW Challenge. At the door, yes, I want to challenge Duan Jiwen. Ningqi looked at Duan Shoujuan and smiled faintly. What a joke. What qualifications do you, a mere outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, have to challenge the true pride of my Divine Dragon Marquis Palace? Duan Shoujuan sneered with a hint of mockery in his eyes. If he knew that the person competing with Blackwater Yunshe this time was Ningqi, perhaps he wouldn't be so fearless. Although Duan Shoujuan had experienced Ningqi's power before, in his eyes, it was only powerful. Compared to the number one genius of the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace, he was completely unqualified. Elder, you know this guy? Doesn't he know that nephew Duan Jiwen's talent and strength are comparable to the ordinary prodigies of the 9 superclans? Take this child down. He dares to cause trouble in my Divine Dragon manor. He really doesn't know how to live. The people behind Duan Shoujuan spoke, one after another, looking at Ningqi with eyes full of ridicule. The news of these fellows is really outdated. I really didn't see many people from the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace in the fighting arena this time. Ningqi thought to himself. What happened? A young man walked over. When Duan Shoujuan and the others saw the young man, they hurriedly went forward with a smile and said, Mu Xing, didn't you go to the martial arena? Was it over? Did Blackwater Yunshe win? Duan Mushing was already on the man leaderboard at the age of 38. Although his ranking was very low, he still had quite a high position in the Divine Dragon Marquis mansion. At the very least, he was not inferior to Duan Shoujuan and the others. In a few decades it would be easy for them to surpass Duan Shoujuan and the others, which was why Duan Shoujuan and the others were so flattering. It's not black water. Duan Mushing was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly froze. He stared at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression. Why are you here? Ning Qi smiled and said, You came just in time. Tell them that I want to challenge Duan Jiwen. If they don't let me, I'll challenge you first. Is this kid crazy? Challenge Duan Mushing? A Do Zong on the mortal ranking? Duan Shoujuan and the others looked at Ning Qi strangely. When they looked at Duan Mushing, their hearts trembled slightly because Duan Mushing's expression was even more strange than theirs. His expression was alternating between green and white. Mushing, you know him? Duan Shoujuan frowned. Duan Mushing ignored Duan Shoujuan. Instead, he looked at Ning Qi seriously and said, You want to challenge Duan Jiwen? Ning Qi smiled but said nothing. A hint of hesitation appeared in Duan Mushing's eyes. Then, he nodded and said, All right, I'll call him out for you. No need, I'll go in. Ning Qi smiled. Mushing, what's going on? Duan Shoujuan's heart was pounding. He did not know what was going on. How did Duan Mushing know Ning Qi? Moreover, it seemed like he was afraid of Ning Qi. Elder, if he wants to challenge Jiwen, then let him challenge him. Otherwise, what if he challenges me? Even Blackwater Yunshi is not his opponent, let alone me. Furthermore, his background is so terrifying. Duan Mushing thought to himself. Since Duan Mushing had agreed to it, Duan Shoujuan and the others had no choice but to reluctantly bring Ning Qi into the Marquis estate of the Divine Dragon. Their hearts were filled with questions. Duan Baoshan, come here quickly. There's going to be a good show. I heard someone came to challenge Duan Jiwen. That guy has just come out of closed-door cultivation, and he's not going to show you any respect. You should know that back then, you were the #1 prodigy in the Marquis estate, the famous young master Xiaoyao. Huh? Someone is challenging Duan Jiwen? That's great. Let's go and take a look. Duan Baoshan walked out of the stone chamber where he was in closed-door cultivation. He walked toward the gladiatorial arena with another young man who looked about the same age as him. Duan Baoshan had just returned to the Marquis estate from the Cloud Rising sect when he discovered that his position as the #1 prodigy in the Marquis estate had been taken away by the brat who used to follow him around and call him Brother Baoshan. That was not all. However, when the brat saw him, it was as though he was a stranger. Duan Baoshan found it hard to accept this. That was why he entered the stone chamber to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. If he did not hear that someone was challenging Duan Jiwen, he would not have come out. On the other side, cousin Minglong, Duan Juntian and his brothers walked to Duan Minglong's courtyard. When they saw Duan Minglong sitting in the stone pavilion in a daze, they could not help but curse in their hearts. Ever since Duan Minglong was defeated by Ning Qi and discovered that Ning Qi was much stronger than him, his temperament had undergone a drastic change. It was not until some time ago that Duan Jiwen, who was the same age as Duan Minglong, came out of closed-door cultivation. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the second stage of the life and death stage. After that, he continuously challenged the top 200 people on the Dragon leaderboard and won every battle beautifully. When Duan Minglong saw this, he suddenly became quiet. What's the matter? Duan Minglong asked calmly as he looked at Duan Juntian and his brothers. Duan Juntian smiled and stepped forward. Someone wants to challenge Duan Jiwen. Almost everyone in the clan is going there. Cousin Minglong, do you want to go and take a look with us? Someone wants to challenge Duan Jiwen? Duan Minglong immediately stood up. Let's go. At the Heaven's Pride Academy in the Divine Dragon Marquis estate. This was the courtyard that the Divine Dragon Marquis had specially given to Duan Jiwen after he came out of closed-door cultivation. Before that, it was Duan Baoshan's residence. My cultivation base has increased again. In another 6 months, I'll be able to challenge the top 90 people on the dragon leaderboard. At that time, everyone will be shocked by me. The position of the next divine dragon marquis will belong to me. A young man who seemed to be only 18 or 19 years old was meditating in the middle of the courtyard. Suddenly, a wisp of white dough came out of his nose. The young man had a joyful expression on his face. Cousin Jiwen, bad news. A young man suddenly rushed into the courtyard. Duan Jiwen had a displeased expression on his face when he saw this. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know that you should inform me before entering the Heaven's Pride Academy? The young man cursed in his heart, but he put on a fawning smile. Cousin Jiwen, it's my fault. I won't do it again. What's the matter? Duan Jiwen nodded. He was quite satisfied with the young man's attitude. The young man said in a low voice, "Someone wants to challenge you." Challenge me? The corner of Duan Jiwen's mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. Ever since I entered the top 100 of the Dragon leaderboard, the people who challenged me could line up from here to the Imperial City. What's there to make a fuss about? No, this person is different. I saw him walking with Elder Duan Shoujuan and Big Brother Duan Mushing. Duan Mushing? Duan Jiwen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. If there were 2 people in the Divine Dragon Marquis's mansion that he was most afraid of, the first was the Divine Dragon Marquis, and the second was Duan Mushing. After all, Duan Mushing was in existence on the human leaderboard. He was a strong competitor for the position of Divine Dragon Marquis. Is he going to attack me? Chapter 566. Chapter 566 of WER. I am busy. Divine Dragon Marquis Palace. In the arena. Hearing that someone wanted to challenge Duan Jiwen, almost half of the people from the Divine Dragon Manor were present, including Duan Ingjuan's father and Duan Shoujuan's big brother, Duan Shoheng. However, when he saw Duan Shoujuan, his eyes revealed a look of disgust. It was obvious that Duan Shoheng and his son, Duan Ingui, had worked together to frame Duan Ingjun, causing Duan Shoheng to hate him to this day. It's that kid. Seeing Ningqi follow him in, Duan Shoheng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Why was he here? Lung Mei, he seems to be the outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect that you know. When the women saw Ningqi, they exclaimed to Duan Lingmei, who was beside them. Duan Lingmei was slightly startled, then he nodded and said, "It is indeed him. What is he doing here?" A trace of doubt arose in everyone's heart. Brother Mu Xing is here too. When the younger generation of the Marquis of the Divine Dragon's mansion saw Duan Mushing suddenly appear behind Ningqi, their eyes lit up. Although Duan Mushing was much older than them, according to seniority, he was also part of the younger generation. Bao Shan, walk faster. What if the battle starts? Under the urging of a young man, Duan Baoshan entered the arena with him. Seeing that the battle hadn't started yet, Duan Baoshan said impatiently, "What are you rushing for? It hasn't started yet." After saying that, he casually glanced around. Suddenly, his expression froze. After that, he rushed towards Ningqi in ecstasy. Seeing this, the young man jumped in fright, not knowing what was wrong with Duan Baoshan. "Brother Ning, why are you here?" Duan Baoshan looked at Ningqi in surprise. Duan Mushing and Duan Shoheng glanced at Duan Baoshan. They were slightly shocked. "He knows Ningqi? I came here for some business today." Ningqi laughed. "Something happened? What is it? Don't tell me." Duan Baoshan's face revealed a look of shock. "The person who challenged Duan Jiwen is you, Brother Ning?" "Yes, it's me." Ningqi smiled faintly. "Haha, Duan Jiwen is going to suffer this time." Duan Baoshan had a gloating smile on his face. He saw that Duan Baoshan and Ningqi seemed to be very familiar with each other. Duan Lingmei and the rest could not help but reveal looks of surprise in their eyes. They felt very strange in their hearts. How did Ning Qi know Duan Baoshan, who had been missing for many years before returning to the Marquis' mansion? At this moment, Duan Minglong walked in with Duan Juntian and the others. Duan Minglong is here too. He's been a little down lately. I don't know if he's back to normal. It's not that simple. Before Duan Jiwen broke through, Duan Minglong's talent was on par with the other three, and he had the chance to fight for the title of the #1 genius. Unfortunately, Duan Jiwen had only been in seclusion for a few years, and his cultivation had already skyrocketed to the second life and death stage. I'm afraid Duan Minglong will never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. But so what? Even if Duan Jiwen's talent is heaven-defying, there's still Duan Mushing above him. I'm afraid that fellow has already been appointed as the successor of the clan leader. Not necessarily. If cousin Duan Jiwen didn't exist, you could say that. However, with the master's cultivation base, he'll be able to live for at least a few hundred years. By then, Duan Jiwen might be able to catch up to Duan Mushing. That's why I'm afraid it'll be a fierce battle between giants in the future. Indeed, whether it was the younger generation of the Marquis Estate's disciples or the Divine Dragon Marquis Estate's elders, all of them were discussing among themselves through voice transmission. It's him. Duan Minglong, Duan Juntian, and the others were shocked when they saw Ning Qi. Duan Minglong took a good look at Ning Qi before he looked at Duan Mushing. His heart was filled with doubts. Then, he brought Duan Juntian and the others to sit beside Duan Lingmei and the group of ladies. Cousin Jiwen is here. It's him. I haven't seen him for a few days, and his cultivation base seems to have increased again. What kind of opportunity did he obtain? When the crowd saw Duan Jiwen walking in with a young man, their eyes were filled with admiration, contemplation, jealousy, and envy. Who wants to challenge me? Duan Jiwen asked calmly. His eyes were already on Duan Mushing, Duan Baoshan, and finally Ning Qi's face. A peak Do Huang? The corner of Duan Jiwen's mouth curled up in disdain. Let alone a peak Do Huang, he was confident he could fight an ordinary 3rd stage or 4th stage Do Huang. Otherwise, he would not be ranked 99th on the Dragon leaderboard. Cousin Jiwen is so handsome. Look at the way he's standing. Look at his expression. Whoever becomes his woman in the future will be so happy. When the ladies around Duan Lingmei saw Duan Jiwen, they immediately became infatuated with him. Their eyes turned red, and they could not wait to rush up to Duan Jiwen. Duan Lingmei could not help but smile wryly. These guys are only interested in Duan Jiwen's high cultivation base, talent, and most importantly, being ranked 99th on the Dragon leaderboard. Cousin Minglong isn't bad either. If he works hard, he'll be able to enter the top 200 from the top 300 on the Dragon leaderboard. Duan Juandi said to Duan Juntian and Duan Junhong through voice transmission. Both of them ignored him. Duan Juntian glanced at Duan Lingmei from the corner of his eye. He could not help but feel resentful when he saw that she did not notice him at all. His eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Ning Qi. If it was not for this guy, Lingmei would have been his woman. Not only did Ning Qi snatch his ice dragon's inheritance, but he also suppressed him again and again. How hateful! Naturally, Ning Qi did not know that Duan Juntian hated him to the core. Even if he knew, he would not care. At this moment, Ning Qi looked at Duan Jiwen with a faint smile. You're Duan Jiwen. Boy, mind your manners. You can't call cousin Jiwen's full name. The young man beside Duan Jiwen called out before Duan Jiwen could speak. Duaning Shui? Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and had a strange expression on his face. What's your relationship with Duan Ingui and Duan Ingjun? What's this unfilial son doing? Duan Shoheng's expression turned extremely grave when he saw Duan Ingshui. Duan Ingui is my big brother. Who the hell is Duan Ingjun? I don't know who he is. Duan Ingshui sneered. This family is ugly, but their names are not inferior. Ning Qi could not help but criticize in his heart. However, if Duan Ingjun was a little more popular, he would really be worthy of his name. Oh, then this has nothing to do with you. I'm only talking to Duan Jiwen. Stand aside. Ning Qi smiled at Duan Ingshui. You. Duan Ingshui was anxious. He wanted to argue with Ning Qi again, but Duan Jiwen glanced at him indifferently. Duan Ingshui immediately shut his mouth when he saw this. So, you want to challenge me? Duan Jiwen looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Cut the crap. I'm busy. Come on. Ning Qi walked to the center of the arena and extended his palm toward Duan Jiwen. When everyone was wondering what he wanted to do, Ning Qi hooked his finger provocatively. Ridiculous! Duan Jiwen laughed coldly in his heart. He didn't understand where Ning Qi's confidence came from. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Duan Jiwen smiled slightly. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of Ning Qi, intending to use his strongest move to suppress Ning Qi. A golden god of war seemed to condense behind Duan Jiwen. Ning Qi looked at him indifferently. In the next moment, he waved his blade. Pooh! Duan Jiwen was sent flying with a look of disbelief. Chapter 567. Chapter 567 Death Crazy Challenge. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The dignified heavens pride of the divine dragon marquis mansion, the peak do Huang Duan Jiwen, who had stepped into the second stage of life and death, was defeated by the other party just like that? What kind of saber technique was that? What kind of technique was that? Duan Shoheng's eyes revealed a grave expression. Duan Shoujuan flew to Duan Jiwen's side to check on his injuries. How could this be? Duan Jiwen muttered in shock. Even now, he was willing to believe that he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by a peak do Huang. Duan Ingshui stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. He had yet to recover from the shock. When Duan Baoshan saw Ning Qi turn around and leave, he hurriedly chased after him. When the young man that came with Duan Baoshan saw this, he followed closely behind. Fortunately, this fellow didn't challenge me, Duan Mushing thought to himself in relief when he saw Duan Jiwen's tragic end. After this, you should know that there is always someone better than you. Let's see if you still have the face to fight with me. A hint of schadenfreude could be seen on Duan Mushing's face as he turned around and left. Jiwen, are you okay? Duan Shoheng looked worriedly at the silent Duan Jiwen. He checked Duan Jiwen's injuries and found that they were not life-threatening. However, there was an obvious knife wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. I'm fine. Duan Jiwen coldly pushed Duan Shoheng's arm away, stood up with difficulty, and turned to leave. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. Brother Ning, wait for me, why are you walking so fast? Duan Baoshan and the youth finally caught up to Ning Qi with great difficulty. Why are you following me? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Duan Baoshan smiled sheepishly and said, I said that since you came to the Nine States Empire, I would entertain you well. How could I go back on my words? Brother Ning, where are you going next? Next? Ning Qi smiled and said, Duke Jia's mansion. Duke Cha's mansion? Duan Baoshan thought of Chanan and was slightly stunned. You are going to look for Chanan? I'm going to find Shigongshan. Ning Qi said lightly. Shigongshan. He's ranked 86th on the dragon rank. The young man beside Duan Baoshan was shocked. Brother Ning, are you going to continuously challenge the elites on the dragon rank? Duan Baoshan seemed to have thought of something as he said in disbelief. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and continued to walk toward Gongxia Mansion. Baoshan, how do you know him? Are we still following him? The power of the Cha Gongfu is several times greater than that of our divine dragon manor, and that Cha Gongshan is also an extremely difficult fellow to deal with. The young man stared at Ning Qi's back in shock. He looked at Duan Baoshan hesitantly. If Ning Qi failed the challenge and they followed Ning Qi, the Chagong residents would bear a grudge against them. Of course I'm going. Duan Baoshan was full of confidence in Ning Qi when he thought about how Ning Qi was able to escape from the black ghoul demonic dragon. He immediately chased after Ning Qi. When the young man saw this, he could only sigh in his heart and follow. Actually, he was also a little curious. Duke Cha's mansion. Ning Qi and Duan Baoshan walked over slowly. As soon as he reached the door, he saw a group of men and women walking out. When they saw the young man beside Duan Baoshan, they couldn't help but reveal strange smiles. Duan Henshui, why are you here at the Chagong residence? Are you still trying to woo my cousin? Listen up, if you can enter the top 250 of the Dragon leaderboard, I will be merciful and let the two of you meet. Otherwise, you can just stay where you are. When the young man beside Duan Baoshan heard this, his expression changed instantly. He looked at the guys who spoke angrily and said, Cha-cha, you have no right to interfere in my affairs. What right do you have? Ah. What right do you think I have? Ah. Cha-cha seemed to have heard a funny joke. He looked at the people around him, held his stomach and laughed hysterically. Ning Qi said plainly, Are you done laughing? If you are, get Cha Gongshan of the Cha Gong residence to come out. Huh? Who are you? Cha-cha's expression changed slightly. He stopped laughing and looked at Ning Qi coldly. You have no right to know who I am. Ning Qi said plainly. Then, he looked around and suddenly said, Cha Gongshan. His voice was like rolling thunder under the influence of his fighting energy. Cha-cha's expression changed drastically. The disciples behind him looked at Ning Qi angrily and said, What are you shouting for? Is the Cha Gong residence a place where you can do whatever you want? Duan Henshui, you are here to pick a fight. Duan Henshui's expression changed too. He did not expect Ning Qi to be so direct. Before he could explain, a few figures flew over. The first figure looked young, about the same age as Duan Jiwen. When Cha-cha and the others saw him, they immediately greeted respectfully, Brother Gongshan. Cha Gongshan nodded and looked at Ning Qi. You called for me? Yes. What's the matter? I want to fight with you. Ning Qi said plainly. At this moment, a few more figures rushed over. 3 of them were familiar to Ning Qi and Duan Baoshan. They were Cha Nan and the 2 ladies. Cha Gongshan frowned slightly. Without saying a word, he attacked Ning Qi. He was at the peak of the 3rd life and death stage and was about to enter the 4th. When he attacked, thunder roared. Cha Gong Residence's top-grade Earth-class martial art technique, Thunder Fist. Duan Baoshan was shocked. Then, he looked at Ning Qi worriedly. He did not know if Ning Qi would be a match for Cha Gongshan. But when he looked at Ning Qi had already made his move. Sky Edge Bright Moonblade, so close yet so far. The formless and shadowless blade essence suddenly slashed Cha Gongshan's body in an unfathomable trajectory. His protective Do Qi was directly shattered into pieces and his entire body was sent flying. Cha-cha and the rest, as well as Cha Nan and the rest, stood rooted to the ground, staring at the scene in disbelief. Cha Gongshan, ranked 86th on the Dragon Roll, lost. Ning Qi turned around and left. Seeing this, Duan Baoshan followed with a look of wild joy. He was extremely excited. Someone like Shigongshen could not even withstand a single attack from Ning Qi. This was too terrifying. Duan Henshui recovered from his shock. Seeing Ning Qi and Duan Baoshan disappear from his sight, he quickly chased after them. What happened? Cha Nan and the other 2 looked at each other. They were shocked and confused. Should we follow them? The 2 ladies suggested. Okay. Not long after, Ning Qi's little tail had a few more people. Brother Ning, who's next? Duan Baoshan asked eagerly. Ning Qi said, Fang Qing from the Black Jail sect. Everyone's faces were instantly filled with shock. Chapter 568. Chapter 568 Antroduction 13th Prince, have you heard? Cloud Rising Sect's outer sect disciple, Ning Qi, not only defeated Duan Jiwen, the genius of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, but he also defeated Cha Gongshan, the genius of the Cha Gongshan's mansion. These two are both in the top 100 of the dragon rank. Really? Is he trying to get into the rankings? It should be. Next, he's going to the Black Prison sect to challenge Fang Qing. Let's go and take a look. Alright. When Ning Qi arrived at the entrance of the Black Prison sect, there were already countless people following behind him. These people were disciples of various clans, ordinary passers-by, and even some clan elders. They all had different identities, but their goal was the same: watching the show. Sister, why don't we take the opportunity to attack him while he's fighting Fang Qing? Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling, who were hiding in the crowd, secretly discussed among themselves. This won't do. There are too many experts from the Black Prison sect. I'm afraid that I won't be able to escape after I attack. Wuma Fengling shook her head. Are we just going to follow him around like a shadow? Zhou Luning said unhappily. There will be a chance sooner or later. As an assassin of the White Emperor Pagoda, if you don't even have this little bit of patience, how are you going to bring glory to the White Emperor Pagoda in the future? Wuma Fengling said calmly. All right. Zhou Luning nodded reluctantly. At this moment, a young man was standing in front of Ning Qi. He was Fang Qing, who had already received the news. He was ranked 63rd on the dragon ranking and was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the 6th life and death test. He was much stronger than Zha Gongshan and Duan Jiwen. The top 50 of the dragon ranking were all peak Do Huangs who had stepped into the 9th life and death test. Are you the one who wants to challenge me? Duan Jiwen and Shigongshan have already been defeated by you? Fang Qing looked at Ning Qi indifferently. There was neither disdain nor seriousness in his expression. Yes. Ning Qi nodded. Fang Qing's colleagues stood on both sides of the door, looking at Ning Qi with interest. At this moment, the crowd behind Ning Qi suddenly dispersed to the side, and a group of young men and women walked in. These are all people on dragon rank. The one with the lowest cultivation is about the same as cousin Duan Minglong. Duan Henshui showed a hint of shock in his eyes. This was the first time he saw dozens of players on dragon rank gathered together. Fang Qing glanced at them and said to Ning Qi, "Make your move. Be careful." Ning Qi smiled and slashed at Fang Qing with his saber. Fang Qing, who had been somewhat nonchalant at first, had a serious expression on his face when he saw the blade. In the blink of an eye, an ink-black armor appeared on Fang Qing's body. Black Hell Armor. That's an Earth upper-grade defensive Do weapon. Someone recognized the origin of the armor on Fang Qing's body, and his face revealed a shocked expression. When the others heard this, they could not help but focus their attention on Fang Qing. Their eyes revealed a trace of envy. After all, defensive-type Do weapons were rarely seen in Dongxian. Sister, do you think he can win? Fang Qing is much stronger than him? Zhou Luning transmitted her voice. Even Blackwater Yunshur was defeated by this fellow. Have you forgotten? Wuma Fengling said calmly. That's true. This kid's saber is too powerful. Without it, his battle prowess would drop by several folds. Zhou Luning nodded. Boom. Fang Qing suddenly took a dozen steps back. As for Ning Qi, just like the previous 2 times, he turned around and left. Why did he leave? Who won? Some passers-by were confused, unable to understand what had happened. Fang Qing's expression was a little ugly. With a crack, the black hell armor on his body broke into 2 halves and fell heavily to the ground. There was a shallow knife wound on his chest. When the crowd saw this, their eyes were filled with shock. Number 63 on the dragon ranking, the pride of the Fang family, the constable of the Black Hell sect, Fang Qing, lost. Fang Qing, don't be discouraged. This guy just has the advantage of a dough weapon. He is the guy who competed with Blackwater Yunshe, and Blackwater Yunshe was defeated by him. Suddenly, someone transmitted his voice to Feng Qing. When Feng Qing heard this, his eyes were filled with shock. Then, he felt relieved. Capital city of the 9 States Empire. In a quiet courtyard in the imperial palace. At this moment, a young man was playing the guqin in the stone pavilion. The sound of his guqin was like a slow stream, and at other times, it was like a raging waterfall. The flowers and grass in the courtyard swayed slightly under the sound of his guqin. Outside the stone pavilion, a few young men listened attentively. Suddenly, a guard hurried in and said to the man playing the guqin, 13th Prince, a guy has appeared in the capital city. He is continuously challenging the prodigies on the dragon ranking. Now, Duan Jiwen of the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace, Cha Gongshan of the Cha Gong Residence, and Feng Qing of the Black Hell Sect have all been defeated by him. The 13th Prince continued playing the guqin, as if he did not hear it. When the guard saw this, he respectfully retreated. Someone is challenging the prodigies on the dragon ranking? Interesting. The few young men outside the stone pavilion smiled faintly. The 13th Prince was ranked the highest on the dragon ranking among the humans in Dongxian. He was ranked 9th on the dragon ranking. Most experts ranked below 1000 on the man ranking were no match for the 13th Prince. For example, half a year ago, a rank 7 giant dragon suddenly went berserk and wreaked havoc in a small town in the 9 States Empire, killing countless townspeople. At that time, the 13th Prince happened to pass by and beheaded the rank 7 giant dragon with one move. Because of this, he was ranked in the top 9 of the dragon ranking by the Bai Shao clan. The people listening to the guqin were all peak Emperor Do who had entered the 9th life and death stage. Even the lowest ranked person on the dragon ranking was in the top 50. They found it funny that someone was trying to challenge all the experts on the dragon ranking, but they did not take it to heart. They continued to seriously enjoy the 13th Prince's guqin. The 13th Prince's Sky Demon guqin has improved recently. I'm afraid that even if we join forces, we will not be able to withstand 10 moves from him. Indeed, the demonic zither can injure people invisibly. It is considered a rare and frightening martial skill among the sound wave martial skills. I heard that it was passed down from the ancient demonic palace, and the 13th Prince obtained it in the dragon field. Unfortunately, we do not have the talent. We have been listening for a long time, but we still cannot understand the secret behind it. Everyone looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. At this moment, the guard suddenly ran in again. The 13th Prince, ranked 53rd on the dragon ranking, the prodigy of the Mu Palace, Mu Lin has also been defeated. The guard wanted to see the 13th Prince's reaction after he finished speaking, but he saw that the 13th Prince was still unmoved, so he left. Even Mu Lin has been defeated? A hint of curiosity appeared in everyone's eyes. Not long after, the guard walked in again. The 13th Prince, ranked 47th on the dragon ranking, Feng Si, a rank 4 embroidered eunuch, has also been defeated by that guy. He only used one move. The 13th Prince was still unmoved. The guard saw this and turned to leave again. However, the people outside the stone pavilion were not so calm. This was because a few of them were not as good as Feng Si. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the guard walked in again. The 13th Prince, ranked 33rd on the dragon ranking, Bai Zhantian, the young master of the State Duke Mansion, has been defeated. He is now walking towards the imperial palace. The sound of the guqin suddenly changed. Everyone looked at the 13th Prince in shock, and saw that one of the strings on his guqin had broken. The 13th Prince, who had been unmoved, finally raised his head. Chapter 569. Chapter 569. Chapter 569 Zither sound transforms into Chening Chi had challenged all the players on the dragon rank, and he had stirred up panic in Beijing. The people ranked in the top 100 on the dragon rank had initially treated Ning Qi with disdain, but as Ning Qi defeated one elite after another who was stronger than them, they were afraid that Ning Qi would come looking for them, so they ordered their subordinates to investigate Ning Qi's whereabouts. "Young master, he didn't come to our side." Phew, the person ranked 53rd on the dragon rank released a sigh of relief. "Young master, he's coming towards us." "What? I'm going to fight it out with him." One of the people ranked in the top 50 of the dragon rank said with an enraged expression. If Ning Qi had challenged them one by one, he would have nothing to say, but the problem was that Ning Qi had jumped up the ranks to challenge them. Some people were lucky and avoided the disaster. Does Ning Qi really plan to fight them one by one? There aren't many left. It will be the 13th prince's turn soon. It is hard to imagine that he is already this strong at the peak of the Do Huang class. In the future, when he breaks through the 9 stages of life and death and becomes a Dozong, won't he directly enter the top 500 of the man ranking? Mu Bai and the others followed behind Ning Qi, communicating through voice transmissions. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Dozens of experts on the ranking list of young masters were standing in the air, led by Dongfang Yuluo and the other two. Their eyes were fixed on Ning Qi's back. A hint of jealousy appeared in Yuan Shang's eyes as he stood behind the trio. Ning Qi had already challenged a few powerful players on the dragon rank whose ranks were higher than theirs. This was proof that if they truly fought against him, they would not be Ning Qi's opponent. If the 3 of them hadn't been following Dongfang Yuluo, they would have become Ning Qi's stepping stones. 7th Prince, this kid will be going to your brother's place soon. Chu Feng looked at the 7th Prince and smiled. The 7th Prince's expression was a bit unsightly. He and Ning Qi originally had no enmity, but Ning Qi had not given him any face in front of so many people. This made him bear a grudge against Ning Qi. Although that blade of his is a little strange, my 13th brother is not that easy to deal with. The 7th Prince snorted coldly. We'll know once we go over and take a look, Yuan Kongming said with a faint smile. Imperial Palace. Who are you? This is the Imperial Palace, stop. The guards on both sides of the gate looked warily at Ning Qi and the large group of onlookers behind him. At the same time, a trace of uneasiness arose in their hearts. What was going on? What were these people doing here? These guards saw many familiar faces among the crowd. They were the children of the various large clans. Brother Ning is here to challenge the 13th Prince, who is ranked 9th on the dragon rank. Move aside. Duan Baoshan said loudly. Duan Baoshan had gained a lot of face by following Ning Qi along the way. Every time Ning Qi defeated an opponent, Duan Baoshan would feel great when he saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. What? Challenge the 13th Prince? The guards were shocked. The 13th Prince was ranked 9th on the dragon ranking. He was ranked the highest on the dragon ranking. This was something that even the prodigies of the 9 super clans could not do. This guy dares to challenge the 13th Prince? Was he crazy? Thinking of this, the leader of the guards frowned slightly. Don't you guys gather here to cause trouble, or else I will get the constables of the Black Jail sect to come and arrest all of you. The constables of the Black Jail sect? Fang Qing is here. You can ask him to arrest us. Duan Baoshan's lips curved into a cold smile as he pointed at the crowd. The guards looked up and saw Fang Qing. This time, they were at a loss of what to do. Why is the Black Jail sect here? Just when the guards were at a loss of what to do, Dongfang Yuluo and the others slowly landed in front of Ning Qi. When the guards saw the 7th Prince, they hurriedly saluted. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. After all, the people behind Ning Qi were mostly ordinary people, and most of them were disciples of the major families. If they angered them, even the Imperial Guards wouldn't have a good life in the future. The 7th Prince looked at Ning Qi coldly. Are you really going to challenge my 13th brother? Ning Qi smiled and looked at the 7th Prince. I have already challenged so many people. How can I leave you out? Alright. The seventh prince grinned and said to the group of guards, "Open the door." Yes. Since the seventh prince had spoken, they just had to obey. If anything happened, the seventh prince would take responsibility. The palace gate opened, and the seventh prince said to Ning Qi coldly, "Follow me." He paused and looked at the people behind him. "If you are interested, come with us." Haha, the seventh prince is really considerate. He knows that we also want to watch this battle. If Ning Qi defeats the 13th prince, he will become the first human on the dragon ranking. This battle is not a small matter. Under the 7th prince's lead, everyone headed towards the 13th prince's courtyard in a grandiose manner. The eunuchs and palace maids that they met along the way all became curious and immediately sent the news to their masters. When their masters received the news, a sliver of shock appeared on their faces, and they all hurried towards the 13th prince's courtyard in unison. Someone actually wants to challenge the 13th prince. How reckless. Do you know who is the guy who challenged the 13th prince? I don't know. I only know that my maids told me that the 7th prince is with them. The 7th prince is here too. This is going to be interesting. In the quiet courtyard of the imperial palace, after the 13th prince's zither string broke, he stood up, walked out of the stone pavilion, and looked into the distance. The 13th prince? Everyone had a hint of doubt on their faces. They are here, the 13th prince said. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qi and the others rushed into the courtyard under the 7th prince's lead. The 13th prince's eyes swept over the 7th prince, Dongfang Yuluo, and the others before stopping on Ning Qi. The 7th prince walked to the 13th prince's side and said with a smile, "13th brother, someone wants to challenge you. I brought him in. You won't blame me, right?" "7th brother, why would I blame you?" The 13th prince smiled faintly and looked at Ning Qi. "You want to challenge me?" He really is only a peak Emperor Do. The eyes of the 13th prince's good friend changed slightly as he looked at Ning Qi. His heart was somewhat shocked. A peak Do Huang had actually defeated so many famous experts on the dragon ranking? Be careful of his blade. The 7th prince's lips moved slightly. The 13th prince looked at Ning Qi indifferently as if he didn't hear it. Then, he turned around and returned to the side of his zither. He gently pinched the broken string and pressed on it. The 13th prince's zither returned to normal. Then, he played the zither with his long fingers, and everyone heard an intoxicating sound. Chapter 570. Chapter 570. The Battle Light Golden Warrior Energy. This isn't a mutated warrior energy. It's a true Grandmaster warrior energy. But isn't the 13th prince a peak Emperor warrior at the 9th gate of life and death? It should be the effect of the Sky Demon Zither. Ning Qi raised his saber and slashed at the golden warrior energy. When the saber and the energy collided, a crisp sound was heard. Then, Ning Qi felt a huge force from the dragon-slaying saber to his body, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This guy's attack is even stronger than Blackwater Yunshi's. No wonder he's ranked 9th on the dragon rank. My dragon-slaying saber and dragon-slaying warrior energy don't do any damage to humans. I think I'll have to put in some effort to defeat him. Ning Qi's eyes became serious. He finally took 2 steps back. Everyone looked at Ning Qi and let out a sigh of relief. Along the way, Ning Qi had only used 1 saber move to defeat every person he defeated. If he did the same against the 13th prince, they wouldn't know what to say. "Brother Ning." Duan Baoshan had a worried look in his eyes. Interesting. A trace of surprise flashed in the 13th prince's eyes. His friends were also quite shocked. Although the battle chi just now seemed very ordinary and didn't have any power, they knew that it would be difficult for them to receive it. However, Ning Qi only took 2 steps back, which was already beyond their expectations. I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for him after he becomes a Grandmaster warrior. The seventh prince's eyes darkened. Do you guys think Ning Qi can win? Chu Feng asked Yuan Kongming and Dongfang Yulu. Yuan Kongming shook his head. He can't win. Oh? Why? Chu Feng asked. The 13th prince didn't use his full strength. That zither is only a normal zither. It's not even a fighting weapon, Yuan Kongming said. Everyone looked at the zither in the 13th prince's hand. As expected, they couldn't feel any fighting weapon aura from it. Thump! Another sound of a zither rang out. This time, the pale golden fighting energy turned into a strange beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it whizzed towards Ning Qi. Zither transformation. It's the ancient beast, Mountain Eater. Someone recognized the strange beast formed by battle qi, and his face revealed a shocked expression. In ancient times, demonic beasts were not as weak as they are today. At that time, there were many top experts among the demonic beasts, and they even had the intention of competing with the Dragon Clan. Among them, there was a type of demonic beast that could eat anything in the world. Its huge body was like a small mountain. When it opened its mouth, everything would be sucked into it. As long as it kept eating, its cultivation would continue to increase without limit. Wherever Sher Shan was, not even a strand of hair could be found. Even the demonic beasts did not like it. Later on, the Dragon Clan joined forces to exterminate it. From then on, there was no more Mountain Eater in the world. The 13th prince's battle chi had transformed into a Mountain Eater that was much smaller, but it still had the appearance recorded in the ancient books. It had a snake's tail, a human body, and only a mouth on its face. There were no eyes, nose, or ears. Boom! Ning Qi swung his saber at the exotic beast, but was forced back a dozen steps. At the same time, the health points above his head instantly dropped by 10,000. Is my life force being absorbed? Ning Qi's face was filled with shock. The opponent's battle chi did not even hit him. Could it be that he lost 10,000 health points just by being pushed back? Ning Qi did not believe it. The only explanation was that the exotic beast formed by battle chi had absorbed his health points. At this moment, many people in the crowd had a gloating expression on their faces. Ning Qi, oh Ning Qi, you're too eager for success. With your talent, you might have a chance to compete with the 13th prince after cultivating for a dozen more years. As for me, I don't think I'll be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. However, you're seeking your own death today. The imperial family cannot be humiliated. Since you dare to challenge the 13th prince, be prepared to die here. At the back of the crowd, Hua Wushang and the others had returned. At this moment, Hua Wushang was looking at Ning Qi with disdain and ridicule. He was disdainful because he felt that Ning Qi only had brute strength, but he did not have the intelligence to match it. He did not know the principle of hiding one's strength and biding one's time. Big brother, this fellow shouldn't be able to defeat the 13th prince, right? Duan Juandi sent a voice transmission to Duan Juntian. Not long after Ning Qi defeated Duan Jiwen, they found out that Ning Qi was continuously challenging the powerhouses on the dragon ranking. Duan Juntian shook his head slowly and did not answer. It was not that he did not want to answer, but he could no longer understand the battle between Ning Qi and the 13th prince. After all, Duan Juntian was only a 7-star Do Huang. He was not even a Do Huang. I don't know how Duan Baoshan got to know Ning Qi. He's a disgrace to the Divine Dragon Marquis estate by following him around like a bug. Duan Juandi sent a voice transmission to Duan Juntian. Shut up and watch the battle. Duan Juntian could not help but scold him. Duan Juntian only shut his mouth when he heard Duan Juntian's words. When the 13th prince saw that Ning Qi was able to block his move, his eyes finally showed a trace of seriousness. The Tian Mo Qin had a total of 12 moves, and he had only successfully cultivated 4 moves. He could only use the first 3 moves, and he might not even have the confidence to play the 4th move. But now, Ning Qi was able to block his second move, Mountain Eater. This was really shocking because the 13th prince was confident that this move of his could destroy a small mountain. You're Ning Qi, right? The 13th prince asked calmly. Ning Qi smiled. Yes. You're an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? The 13th prince's eyes were filled with curiosity. The crowd was puzzled. Why did the two of them stop fighting? Why were they chatting instead? Brother Ning Duan Baoshan was about to reveal that Ning Qi was Meng Qingling's true disciple when Ning Qi glanced at him. He immediately shut his mouth. Yes, I'm an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Great. It seems like the Cloud Rising sect has a chance of entering the top 30 of the 36 supreme sections. I can't believe there's an expert like you among the outer disciples. The 13th prince's lips curled up into a faint smile. He paused for a moment before he continued. How about this? If you can block my third move, we'll fight to a draw. If you can block my fourth move, I'll admit defeat. What do you think? What? Is the 13th prince purposely going easy on Ning Qi? Many people were confused. They did not understand why the 13th prince would make such an agreement when he clearly had such a great advantage. Ning Qi was unable to get close to him. However, Dongfang Yuluo and the others knew the 13th prince's true intention. All right. Ning Qi nodded his head. If they were to fight one move at a time, he would not be able to defeat the 13th prince in a short period of time. Be careful. Chapter 571. Celestial Phenomena. The sky was clear just now. Why is it thundering now? Could it be that the 13th prince's martial technique can cause phenomena? This guy, Dongfang Yuluo, and the others looked at the 13th prince with shock in their eyes. Although they were geniuses on the mortal ranking, they were still a long way from being able to summon celestial phenomenon. Perhaps even the top 50 on the mortal ranking could do it. The 7th prince's future achievements will be limitless. Wandering Shao family was right to place him at the 9th place on dragon rank. While everyone was still in shock, Ning Qi felt an invisible pressure in his heart. The source of this pressure didn't seem to be the 13th prince, but Ning Qi looked up at the sky and saw thunder exploding in the dark clouds. It was as if there were countless thunder snakes swimming in the dark clouds. Finally, they gradually condensed. In an instant, a bolt of purple lightning struck directly at Ning Qi. Tian Imochin's third move, sudden thunder, I don't know if you can withstand it. The 13th prince said with a faint smile. The group of friends of the 13th prince had looks of shock on their faces. They had been friends with the 13th prince for many years, but they had never seen him use the third style of the Sky Devil Zither before. They couldn't imagine that if the third style could trigger a celestial phenomenon, then how terrifying would the fourth and fifth styles be? Even if the 13th prince fought Ancient Desolation, he might not lose, right? Everyone had already compared the 13th prince to the primordial dragon tribe's Primordial Ruthless, who ranked first on the dragon leaderboard. Before this, they had never thought that the 13th prince would be a match for Primordial Ruthless. How is Ning Qi going to block this move? Do Qi stirring the weather. It is likely that the strength of this lightning has far exceeded the attack of an ordinary Do Zone. Fang Qing looked at the lightning in fear, and a thought flashed through his mind. Ning Qi moved. He knew that if he was struck by this bolt of lightning, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Only by taking the initiative to attack would he be able to block this move. Horizon Bright Moon Blade, so close yet so far. Ferocious dragon-slaying Do Qi poured from his body into the dragon-slaying saber. Ning Qi leaped up. In his eyes, there was only the reflection of the lightning, nothing else. This guy is advancing instead of retreating? Is he crazy? We have to fight against celestial phenomenon head-on. Madman, he's definitely a madman. If you don't go crazy, you won't become a Buddha. Dongfang Yulua looked at Ning Qi's back with a frown. She suddenly thought of a sentence recorded in an ancient book. This sentence seemed to be more suitable for Ning Qi. Junior brother Hua, Ning Qi is going to die today because of his arrogance. From now on, your greatest worry has disappeared. One day, you will be the leader of the inner disciples of the Rising Cloud sect. Is that so? He will die like this? Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi's back with uncertainty in his eyes. He really hoped that Ning Qi would be killed by the 13th prince on the spot, but there seemed to be a voice telling him that Ning Qi wouldn't die so easily. In the end, Hua Wushang chose to believe the voice in his heart. He won't die so easily. Even Blackwater Yunsher couldn't kill him. I'm afraid that only those experts in the top 500 of the ranking list of young masters can kill Ning Qi. The 13, the Prince, 13, the 13, June Dragon, the 13, the King, King Celestial, Yun, 13, the Ming Thunder. Does Ning Qi's confidence really come from that saber? When he thought of this, the 13th prince started to pay attention to the 7th prince's secret message. His attention was now focused on the dragon-slaying saber. Break! Ning Qi roared. Everyone only saw him slash towards the thunder. In an instant, a faint giant shadow appeared behind Ning Qi. It was a bright moon. Celestial phenomenon. Another celestial phenomenon. This kid can trigger a celestial phenomenon too? How is that possible? Why didn't he show it before? No, this isn't a celestial phenomenon. A celestial phenomenon is a real moon. The moon behind him is formed by battle energy. Someone saw through the secret. It was true that Ning Qi couldn't summon a celestial phenomenon. His aptitude hadn't reached that level yet. However, a true bright moon celestial phenomenon would definitely be able to suppress ordinary thunderclap. As for this bright moon, it was a pseudo-celestial phenomenon that would appear when the World Edge Bright Moon Saber was fully activated. It was only because of the 13th prince that the crowd subconsciously had a preconceived impression of him. However, the power of this moon couldn't be underestimated. A faint ray of moonlight shot out from the moon and merged with Ning Qi's saber aura. The dragon-slaying saber immediately emitted a dazzling light. An ancient ice dragon burst out of the saber, roaring as it collided with the thunderbolt. Boom! An invisible shockwave spread in all directions with the Ming thunder and the ancient ice dragon at the center. Everyone couldn't help but take dozens of steps back, and the eunuchs and palace maids with low cultivation even fell to the ground. After a breath of time, the ancient ice dragon and that bolt of lightning both vanished from the world. The dark clouds in the sky instantly dispersed, and the skies were clear once more. The warm sunlight enveloped everyone, but at this moment, they felt a chill in their hearts. The fight between Ning Qi and the 13th prince had really broadened their horizons. They had never thought that a mere Do Huang could actually cause such a commotion. He blocked it. Seeing Ning Qi slowly land on the ground without any injuries on his body, everyone could not help but look at Ning Qi in shock. Brother Ning is too strong. Duan Baoshan was pleasantly surprised. As expected, he won't die from this move. Hua Wushang was disappointed, but he was also satisfied with his own judgment. You are indeed qualified to be my opponent. The 13th prince's eyes lit up as he looked at Ning Qi. Aside from shock, there was also a hint of joy in his eyes. Joy? Am I seeing things? A hint of hesitation rose in Ning Qi's heart. Now we are even. If you can block the 4th move of my sky demon Zither, I will admit defeat. The 13th prince smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the Zither in front of him turned to dust and dissipated. While everyone was still in shock, the 13th prince took out another Zither from his interspatial ring. As soon as the Zither appeared, everyone could feel a faint black aura spreading out from it and sweeping toward them. This black aura seemed to transform into many ferocious ghosts. Sky Demon Zither? The seventh prince's face was filled with shock. He didn't just obtain martial techniques in the dragon realm. He also obtained a Do weapon. Yes, the two are one. Otherwise, their names wouldn't be the same. Dongfang Yuluo and the others looked at the 13th prince with fear when they thought of how terrifying the ancient demonic palace was. They knew that the 13th prince had obtained the real sky demon Zither, which meant that he would be the successor of the demonic palace. The demonic palace had been destroyed in ancient times. In other words, the 13th prince was the current palace master of the demonic palace. The history of the 9 great families was like a drop in the ocean compared to the history of the demonic palace. The 13th prince looked at the sky demon Zither with a serious expression and took a deep breath. Then, he waved his hand, and Ning Qi immediately focused on his opponent's terrifying attack. Thump, the Zither sounded. However, nothing happened after a long time. While everyone was shocked, the 13th prince smiled bitterly and said, "I lost." Chapter 572. Insane Demon Saber Emperor lost? What's going on with the 13th prince? Why did he suddenly admit defeat? Where's his fourth move? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Ning Qi was speechless. He was already prepared to face a stronger attack, but the 13th prince admitted defeat just like that? The 13th prince stood up calmly and walked in front of Ning Qi. He smiled and said, "Looks like the 9th place on the dragon ranking is yours. Are you really just an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect?" Ning Qi hesitated for a moment before replying, "Elder Meng Qingling of the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground will take me as a core disciple soon." Core disciple? The 13th prince felt relieved when he heard this. If he was defeated by an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, he would be embarrassed no matter how open-minded he was. Since it was a true disciple, it would be easier for others to accept it. Actually, if we really fight, we'll only have a 50-50 chance of winning. Ning Qi said. "How dare you? The 13th prince is going easy on you. Once the fourth move of the Sky Devil Zither is used, you'll definitely die." Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. When everyone looked over, they couldn't find the person who spoke. "13th brother, what are you?" The 7th prince walked next to the 13th prince and had a questioning look in his eyes. The 13th prince ignored him and looked at Ning Qi. "Are you planning to fight for first place on the dragon ranking?" As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was shocked beyond belief. Could it really be like what the 13th prince said? Ning Qi's goal is actually first place on the dragon ranking? How is that possible? For the past hundreds of years, the first place on the dragon ranking has always been in the hands of the 3 great dragon clans. It has never fallen into the hands of humans. Although the 13th prince admitted defeat, Ning Qi might not be his match, let alone Ancient Desolation Li and Ancient Desolation Xiao. However, from today onwards, the first place on the dragon ranking should be Ning Qi. There will be a huge change in the next dragon ranking. Indeed. Ning Qi really has such a thought? Yuan Shang, Chu Xian, and Dongfang Lingdong looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even as the prodigies of the 9 great clans, they had never thought of getting first place on the dragon leaderboard. Ning Qi was merely from the Cloud Rising sect. How could he be so ambitious? At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Ning Qi, waiting for his answer. 13th prince, you are right. I want to get first place on the dragon rank. Ning Qi admitted it frankly. This was because he was going to go to the various dragon clans to find the top 9 existences on the dragon rankings and defeat them one by one. At that time, the news would spread. Indeed. A light flashed through the 13th prince's eyes. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Duan Baoshan looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Is Brother Ning's goal really the first place on the dragon ranking? Arrogant! That brat's ego is inflated. Is it really that easy to get the first place on the dragon rank? Over the years, All the sovereigns who had this idea died in the hands of ancient desolation. It seems that Ning Qi will soon follow in their footsteps. But if he really succeeds, wouldn't our human race be in the limelight? Everyone looked at Ning Qi with different expressions. Some were mocking, some were gloating, and some were looking forward to it. After today, Ning Qi's name was destined to be the benchmark of the younger generation. If he could successfully get first place on the dragon ranking, then no one would doubt Ning Qi's strength anymore. Even the old monsters of the 9 families would have to look at him in a different light. Interesting. I've decided not to return to the family. I want to see how far this kid can go, Chu Feng said with a faint smile. Yuan Kongming and Dongfang Yulua's eyes lit up when they heard this. Brother Ning, there's something I don't know if I should say. The 13th prince revealed a hesitant expression. Ning Qi felt that this guy's personality was completely different from the 7th prince's, so he was easy to get along with. He smiled and said, 13th prince, please speak. With your talent, you should have a 40% chance of getting first place on the dragon ranking as long as you reach the 9th life and death stage. However, I'm afraid that the chance is less than 5% right now. What if you go into seclusion first and try to get first place after you break through? What do you think? The 13th prince said. Even the 13th prince said that he has a chance of getting first place? A look of surprise appeared on everyone's face. The 13th prince's suggestion was reasonable, and normal people would listen to it. Ning Qi also felt that it was the right thing to do. Unfortunately, the system's mission required him to get first place on the dragon ranking. Only then could he enter the 9th life and death stage. So Ning Qi smiled and said, I appreciate the 13th prince's offer. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely come and learn from the 13th prince's 4th move. Then, he turned around and left. Everyone was surprised, and they looked at Ning Qi with confusion and disgust. The 13th prince already gave him this advice, but he's still so arrogant. What a waste of the 13th prince's effort. Someone said unhappily, I feel that the strong should become stronger when facing the strong. This kid should be called the Crazy Demon Blade Emperor. Crazy Demon Blade Emperor? Everyone suddenly felt that this title was quite suitable for Ning Qi. 13th brother, why do you have to talk to this kid? The 7th prince said unhappily. The 13th prince looked at Ning Qi's back and sighed in his heart. Then, he looked at the 7th prince and said, 7th brother, I'm tired. Tell these people to leave. Okay. The 7th prince nodded and was about to chase these people away. However, he didn't need to do that. After Ning Qi left, they also turned around and left. Deep in the palace, an old eunuch stood respectfully at the entrance of a stone room and said softly, Emperor, the 13th prince lost. I saw it. An indifferent voice came from the stone room. This voice was ethereal and hard to understand. Great Emperor, does this old servant want to follow this kid? The old eunuch continued. No need. Let nature take its course. Yes, Emperor. Heaven's secret institution. Old Man Jean, Manjulu, and a large group of blacksmiths from the Heaven's secret institution were studying the structure of the ancient puppets and the runes inside. Suddenly, Old Man Jin's body shook, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This kid is not bad. Master, what's wrong? Manjulu asked curiously. It's none of your business. Get to work. Old Man Jean glared at him. This disciple of his was good at everything, but his talent was too low. Whether he could break through to the saint realm in this lifetime was still a question. Fortunately, the heavens had sent him another cute little fellow. The Wu Imperial Estate. What? He defeated the 13th prince? A beautiful woman stood in front of Lord Wu with a face full of disbelief. Lord Wu nodded and said, Indeed. Damn it, if this is the case, how can I kill him in the future? No, I need to increase the stakes. A trace of jealousy appeared in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Suddenly, a sword appeared in her hand. This is, Lord Wu looked at the sword in shock. That was a middle-grade heaven-tier weapon. In the vast kingdom of the 9 states, there were less than 100 middle-grade heaven-tier weapons. I don't believe that a middle-grade heaven-tier weapon can't invite an expert from the White Emperor Tower. Chapter 573. Killing demons soared after Ning Qi left the palace. He returned to Dongfang Haojie's residence. Duan Baoshan and Duan Henshui followed him. Dongfang Haojie won't invite us in. Why don't we go to Yunwu Tower? Yuan Kongming said to Dongfang Yuluo and Chu Feng with a faint smile as Ning Qi disappeared behind the door. All right. Then, they led Chu Xian and the others to Yunwu Tower. When the other experts on the ranking list saw this, they also followed closely behind. However, they kept an eye out and specially ordered their subordinates to pay attention to Ning Qi's whereabouts. What about us? Mu Bai glanced at Mu Juner, then at Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao. Let's go to Yunwu Tower too. I'm curious about the Book of Life and Death. I wonder if we can see it today. Kai Weitao said. Then let's go. After they left, Hua Wushang and the others also left. In the end, only Fang Qing, Zha Gongshan, and the other cultivators were left. Brother Fang, why don't we go for a drink? Zha Gongshan looked at Fang Qing with a wry smile. He didn't have much hope. With Fang Qing's personality, he wouldn't go. But Fang Qing nodded decisively. Okay. After that, the group of prodigies who were defeated by Ning Qi on the Dragon Roll walked towards Cloud Mist Tower together. Inside the residence, Ning Qi saw the old eunuch and Lord Tianzhu but didn't see Dongfang Haojie. Young Master Ning. The old eunuch bowed respectfully. Then, he took out a letter and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took it and read, Brother Ning, I'm going to Nine Sun Tower. Don't miss me. This guy left without saying a word. I was going to give him something else. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. He put away the letter and smiled at the old eunuch. Since Brother Dongfang has left, I have to go too. Goodbye. Young Master Ning, I'll see you off. The old eunuch respectfully saw Ning Qi and Lord Tianzhu off. Yu Mansion. As soon as Yu Shijin got the body-shaping elixir, she ordered her eunuchs not to see anyone. She hid in the most secret stone room in the house. A few of his closest subordinates stood guard outside the stone room. They had puzzled looks on their faces. They didn't understand what was going on with Eunuch Yu. Why was he so excited? 2 hours later, when they saw Yu Rujin walk out of the stone room, they were shocked. Yu Rujin's aura seemed to be a little different from when she had just entered. They couldn't tell what was different, but they could feel that Yu Rujin was full of masculinity at this moment. Masculine? How could a eunuch have such an aura? Could it be that eunuch has consumed a treasure that can increase his yang qi? They couldn't help but wonder. Yu Rujin looked at her subordinates with a smile and said, You can go now. Do what you should do. Yes, father-in-law. They hurriedly bowed and retreated. This body-sculpting pill is truly something extraordinary. Yu Rujin looked at her crotch with satisfaction. She was going to thank Ning Qi. After all, Ning Qi had given her a new life. Just then, the spy she had arranged in the capital hurried back to report. Eunuch Yu, the Wu Imperial Mansion has offered a sky-high price to hire assassins from the White Emperor Tower to assassinate Dongfang Haojie and Ning Qi. A sky-high price? Yu Rujin frowned slightly. What is it? The Demon Slayer sword. There was still a trace of shock in the spy's eyes. The Demon Slayer sword of the heaven rank? This sword is actually in the Wu Imperial Mansion. They are really willing to give it up. Alright, I understand. You can leave now. If there is any news, I will report it again. Yu Rujin said with a gloomy face. Yes. After the spy left, Yu Rujin quietly left the house. Have you heard? From now on, the number 1 talent on the dragon ranking will no longer be the 13th prince, but the Crazy Demon Blade King. Crazy Demon Blade King? Who is this guy? Who is he? I don't know either. I only know that he defeated the 13th prince. This news came from my uncle's aunt's second uncle's stool in the palace. He's a eunuch in the palace, so it's definitely true. I can't believe such a thing happened. The 13th prince is an expert ranked 9th on the dragon ranking. Someone can defeat him? I think it must be the hidden talent of the 9 families. Not necessarily. I have some clues. I heard that this person is from the Cloud Rising sect. Cloud Rising sect? Hearing this, Eurugene's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Suddenly, he was shocked. Could the crazy demon Blade King these passers-by talked about be Ningqi? Thinking like this, Eurugene soon came to Dongfang Haojie's house. From the old eunuch, he learned that Dongfang Haojie had returned to the Dongfang family, and Ningqi and the Heavenly Pig Venerable had not gone far. Although Eurugene didn't come, he couldn't help but smile when he heard that Dongfang Haojie was going back to Nine Suns Tower to participate in the trial as he had asked. Duan Baoshan and Duan Henshui followed Ningqi. Duan Henshui glanced at the Heavenly Pig Venerable from time to time. Before leaving, Ningqi asked the old eunuch for a bamboo hat and asked the Heavenly Pig Venerable to wear it. Otherwise, they would definitely be surrounded by passers-by. However, Duan Henshui had already seen the Heavenly Pig Venerable's true appearance and knew that he was a demon beast in human form. He was extremely shocked that Ningqi had such a follower. Even Duan Mushing, the top talent of the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, couldn't have such an expert protecting him. Brother Ning, are you leaving the capital? Duan Baoshan hesitated and asked. Ningqi nodded. I'll be leaving after a trip to the Prophecy Institute. You two should go back too. Let's meet again next time. Duan Baoshan was about to speak. Ningqi said, The place I'm going is extremely dangerous. If you insist on going, can you disregard life and death? Duan Baoshan and Duan Henshui agreed with what Ningqi said. If Ningqi wanted to challenge the Primordial Dragon Clan, he had to go to the Primordial Dragon Clan's Holy Land. When humans went there, they would be like fish on the chopping board. The Primordial Dragon Clan could eat and kill as they pleased. They didn't care who you were. Brother Ning, we'll meet again if fate allows. I hope I'll see your name in the first place when the next dragon ranking comes out. Duan Baoshan solemnly cupped his hands at Ningqi and then left with Duan Henshui. At this time, Eurugene suddenly appeared next to Ningqi. As soon as Ningqi saw the great change in his aura, he knew that Eurugene had become a man again, just like Dongfang Haojie. He couldn't help but smile and congratulate him. Congratulations, Eunuch Yu. However, there was no joy on Eurugene's face. Instead, it was a little gloomy. He said in a low voice, The Imperial Wu Mansion used a mid-grade heaven stage fighting weapon to buy your life. Little brother Ning, thanks to your body-shaping elixir, I've become a man again. This time, I'll definitely escort you safely out of the capital. Don't leave in a hurry. Wait for me to go back to the palace to get help. After Eurugene finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around and disappeared from Ningqi's sight. Hearing Eurugene's warning, Ningqi's lips curled into a cold smile. He glanced in the direction of the Imperial Wu Mansion. Chapter 574. Dragon Slayer Bullet Heavenly Secret Institution. Ningqi and Supremacy Celestial Swine arrived at the testing ground and saw a group of fellows flying up and down the bronze puppet. Occasionally they would whisper to each other and occasionally they would be deep in thought. Senior Meng. Seeing that Manjula was also here, Ningqi stepped forward and cupped his hands, smiling. Manjula's eyes lit up and he pulled Ningqi over. You came just in time, kid. There's still something I don't understand about these ancient puppets. Senior Meng, as a master refiner, if you don't understand, how can I? Ningqi smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Even though he possessed the ultimate puppetry art and had a good understanding of the refinement method of ancient puppets, if he were to speak of it now, Then he would definitely be kept in the Heavenly Mystery Institution as a laborer by Manjulu. Ning Qi naturally wasn't that stupid. That's right. Even I, as a master refiner, don't know about it. How would you know? Manjulu said in distress. Senior Meng, it's like this. I told Senior Jean that I would come and take the puppet when I leave this place. You see, I'm about to leave the capital city. Isn't this? Ning Qi smiled awkwardly. What? You're leaving so soon? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the capital for 8 to 10 years? If you lack cultivation resources, you can tell me. I may not have much, but as a master refiner of the Heavenly Mystery Institute, I do have some pills and spiritual crystals. Manjulu immediately tried to persuade Ning Qi to stay. After all, the research on this ancient puppet had yet to be completed. If he allowed Ning Qi to take it away, who knew when the Tianji institution would be able to research it again? Senior Meng, I'm afraid I can't comply. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. With a single thought, the bronze puppet was taken into the puppet space. When the other equipment refiners saw this, they all turned to look at Ning Qi. Ning Qi couldn't stand their resentful gazes. He found an excuse and went to look for Old Man Jean with Supremacy Tianzhu. Master Meng, we can't let him go like this. As long as I have another 10 years, I will definitely be able to refine a puppet that looks exactly like it. Someone complained to Manjulu in dissatisfaction. Manjulu glared at them. What? What do you want me to do? You should have forced him to stay in the Heaven's secret institution. The man said matter-of-factly. Do you really think that our Heavenly Secret Institute is as unreasonable as the Black Prison sect? Manjulu berated. But, no buts get lost. Manjulu flicked his sleeve, turned around, and left. Senior Jean. Ning Qi came to Old Man Jin's courtyard and shouted at the door. Get your ass in here. Yes. Ning Qi ran in happily. Venerable Celestial Pig didn't dare to enter and waited in the yard. Senior Jean, this junior has to leave. I came to say goodbye to you. Ning Qi saw that Old Man Jean was studying the dragon-slaying bullet, so he stepped forward and bowed. However, his eyes were fixed on the dragon-slaying bullet in Old Man Jin's hand. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this old man had developed a new product? I wonder how powerful it is. Elder Jean had 2 supreme dragon-slaying bullets that were twice the size of the supreme dragon-slaying bullet. They looked like polio from Earth. Old Man Jean glanced at Ning Qi with a spurious smile and said, Besides the ancient puppet, you came looking for me because you want a few dragon-slaughtering bullets, right? Senior, you have sharp eyes. You guessed what I was thinking. Ning Qi giggled and flattered him. Take it. These 2 dragon-slaying bullets are about 3 to 4 times stronger than the supreme dragon-slaying bullet. However, there's a disadvantage. The place where they explode will be barren. You have to use it carefully. Old Man Jean threw the 2 pineapple-like bullets to Ning Qi. Ning Qi quickly reached out to catch it. At the same time, he was shocked. The radiation of the dragon-slaying bullet developed by Old Man Jean was already so severe? Barren? Senior, what's the name of this new dragon-slaying bullet? Ning Qi asked. You can call it the world-destroying dragon-slaying bullet. Old Man Jean said. World-destroying? Old Man Jean is really bad at naming. Ning Qi couldn't help but curse in his heart. You've already taken it. Why aren't you leaving? Old Man Jean raised his eyebrows. Then this junior will take his leave first. Senior Jean, please take care of yourself. Ning Qi put away the world-destroying dragon-slaying bullet, cupped his hands towards Old Man Jean, and left. After Ning Qi left, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared by Old Man Jin's side. He looked indifferently in the direction Ning Qi had left and said, You think so highly of him? I heard that the 2 things you researched used up a full 30% of the Heavenly Mystery Institution's inventory. They should be quite powerful, right? Hee, you really know everything. Old Man Jean chuckled. If this child can really win first place on the dragon rankings, I'm afraid the Dragon Clan will make a move again. During this period of time, your Heavenly Mystery Institute should prepare more dragon-slaying cannons. In the future, there might be a chance to use them. After saying that, the middle-aged man's figure turned into a faint afterimage and disappeared in front of Old Man Jean. Old Man Jean muttered in a low voice, "Can the dragon-slaying cannon be refined just like that? The other two old fellows have gone out for so long and haven't returned. How can I be busy alone? I haven't left yet." Suddenly, the middle-aged man's voice rang out again. Old Man Jin's expression froze. After a while, when he was sure that the middle-aged man had left, he grumbled a little more. With the two world-destroying dragon-slaying bullets in hand, Ning Qi felt a little more confident about his trip to the primordial Dragon Clan. After leaving the Heavenly Mystery Institute, he used the dragon-slaying coins to purchase 2 mystic inferior-grade invisibility talismans. He used them on himself and the venerable celestial swine and swaggered out of the south gate. "Brother Ning, what kind of weapon was that? They couldn't even see us leave the capital city." The venerable celestial swine was a little surprised. "Brother celestial swine, these are invisibility talismans. If you like them, I can give you a few." Ning Qi smiled. "That's great." The venerable celestial swine rubbed his hands and smiled embarrassedly. Ning Qi directly bought 2 more invisibility talismans from the dragon-slaying mall and handed them to the venerable celestial swine. At the same time, he said, "Brother celestial swine, I'm going to the primordial Dragon Clan next. I heard that they are extremely cruel. Compared to humans, they prefer eating demonic beasts. If you go with me, it might be dangerous." "What? I'm not going. If I leave, I won't be able to eat a whole roast cow anymore." The venerable celestial swine shook his head like a rattled drum. Ning Qi thought about it and rolled his eyes. "I really can't do anything about you. Just wait." He immersed himself in the dragon-slaying mall and found the gourmet plain options. After searching for a while, Ning Qi finally found what he was looking for. Grade 3 Gourmet, permanent exchange price. 5,000 dragon-slaying coins. It's you. Chapter 575. Set out, who is he? Supremacy Heavenly Pig was shocked. "This is the chef who made the whole roasted cow. He will follow you from now on. Let's go." Ning Qi waved his hand. "Brother Ning, you're not fooling me, are you?" Supremacy Tianju asked suspiciously. "Duo Luluo, get this lord a whole roasted cow," Ning Qi said to the old man. At the same time, he bought a raw cow from the dragon-slaying mall and gave it to Duo Luoluo. The old man's name was Duo Luoluo. After receiving Ning Qi's instructions, he started a fire and prepared the charcoal skillfully. Then, he took out all sorts of seasonings from his pocket and smeared them on the cow. The smell of the seasonings made Supremacy Celestial Pig's nose twitch a few times. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "This smell is very familiar." Not long after, Duo Luoluo finished setting up the charcoal fire. Then, he propped the entire cow on top of the charcoal and tossed it around. An intoxicating fragrance instantly filled the air. "Yes, that's it." The supremacy of celestial swine drooled as he looked at the roasted whole cow. Then, he focused his attention on Duo Luoluo. The more he looked at him, the more pleasing he felt. When he thought about how he would be able to eat delicious roasted whole cows anytime and anywhere, the supremacy of celestial swine felt that he was the happiest person in the world. "I didn't lie to you, right?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'm not lying. Supremacy Heavenly Pig chuckled. In the end, after Duo Luoluo roasted the whole cow, Venerable Celestial Pig ate it in a few bites. Then, Ning Qi said to Duo Luoluo, "You will follow him from now on." "Yes, master." Duo Luoluo bowed. His mannerisms had a kind of aristocratic charm, giving people the feeling that he was a butler with profound business skills. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Supremacy Celestial Pig left with Duo Luoluo. At the same time, Ning Qi headed towards the Primordial Dragon Clan's Holy Land. In the capital, after a few more days, everyone found out that Ning Qi had disappeared, and those killers gnashed their teeth in hatred. Sister, what should we do? Zhou Luning looked at Wuma Fengling speechlessly. She and Wuma Fengling had been following Ning Qi the entire time. In the blink of an eye, they had lost track of him. Fortunately, no one knew that they were from the White Emperor Pavilion. This is the second time. A trace of anger appeared on Wuma Fengling's face. This was the second time she had ditched Ning Qi. If there's no other way, why don't we go back and get reinforcements? Zhou Lu said. Wuma Fengling hesitated for a moment. In the end, she resolutely said, "No. He will definitely go to the desolate ancient dragon clan. Let's go there and wait for him." Primordial Dragon Clan, big sister, are you sure we want to go to that place? Zhou Luning was shocked. Go. Why not? Wuma Fengling said coldly. We have the invisibility technique. As long as we are careful, nothing will happen. Not long after, the two women left the capital and flew in the direction of the desolate ancient dragon clan. The other side. Yunwu Tower. Chu Feng glanced at Yuan Kongming and Dongfang Yulua and said with a faint smile, "That brat has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He managed to slip away in public without anyone noticing. I heard that Sky Sword Marquis was called to his residence to be reprimanded by the martial monarch. However, since he is going to find desolate ancient ruthless, he will definitely go to the desolate ancient dragon clan. We should be on our way as well, lest we miss out on a good show," Yuan Kongming said with a faint smile. At this time, Yuan Shang gathered his courage and said, "Big brother Kongming, can we go with them? You guys are going too?" Yuan Kongming glanced at Yuan Shang, then at Dongfang Lingdong and Chu Xian, then shook his head. "No, it's too dangerous there. We can take care of ourselves, but we can't take care of you guys. Brother Chu Feng, let us go with you," Chu Xian whispered to Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng's face revealed a hint of hesitation. He then turned to Yuan Kongming and said, "There will definitely be a lot of people going this time. If we have a few more of us, the journey will be livelier. I dare not say anything else, but we are the heavens' prides of the 9 great clans. The primordial dragon race will definitely give us some face." "If that's the case, fine." Yuan Kongming nodded. "You guys go ahead. I won't be going," Dongfang Yulua suddenly said. "Why don't you go?" Chu Feng was surprised. Didn't Dongfang Yulua want to see if Ning Qi could really get the first place on the dragon ranking? "My Dongfang family's 9 Sons Pagoda is about to open. I want to enter and train," Dongfang Yulua said indifferently. 9 Sons Pagoda. Chu Feng and Yuan Kongming both had a hint of envy in their eyes. The 9 great clans each had their own sacred grounds, but it was extremely difficult to enter. 9 Sons Pagoda was the sacred ground of the Dongfang family. It could be said that the continent fragment inside was no weaker than the dry bones forbidden land. The treasures inside were countless times more than the outside world. Of course, the risk was also very high. It was said that the Dongfang family once had an emperor fighter who never came out after entering. "Then, everyone, I'll be leaving first." Dongfang Yulua stood up and glanced at the prodigies on the young ranking. "Miss Dongfang, take care." Everyone cupped their hands. After all, Dongfang Yulua was in the top 200 of the young ranking. She completely deserved their respect. After Dongfang Yulua left, Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng also left the capital with Chu Xian and the other 2. "They're all gone. What about us? Are we going to the primordial dragon race?" Seeing the people stronger than them leaving one by one, only Mu Bai's group, some ordinary customers, and the prodigies of the dragon ranking were left in the Misty Cloud restaurant. "I'm going." Ji Kaishi narrowed his eyes and said, "I want to see if that brat is strong enough to defeat the primordial dragon race." Then I'll go too, Kai Weitao said indifferently. Mu Bai smiled and glanced at the two. You guys are going to send the news to the Bai Xiao family immediately, right? So what? Kai Weitao smiled. The Kai and Ji families were affiliated with the Bai Xiao family. They were also responsible for gathering information outside, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. You can't go. Mu Juner glanced at Mu Bai. Mu Bai was slightly startled. Why can't I go? Because fifth uncle is here, Mu Juner said indifferently. As expected, a middle-aged man walked up to the Misty Cloud restaurant. After seeing Mu Bai, he said, His Highness wants to see you. Come back with me. Yes, Mu Bai's expression changed several times. In the end, he left with the middle-aged man dejectedly. Before he left, he didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait for me. Chapter 576. Chapter 576 of the DEAD. Chapter 576. Ning Qi purchased a map that led to the desolate ancient dragon tribe from the dragon slaying store. He didn't buy the map directly because the system was selling it for 50,000 dragon slaying coins, while the map was only 1,000. On this map, Ning Qi estimated the distance he needed to travel. There were some dangerous places that he needed to take a detour because there might be some powerful existence there. Based on this, Ning Qi would need to travel at least 1,000,000 kilometers before he could reach the desolate ancient dragon clan's western desolate land. 1,000,000 kilometers, Ning Qi sighed. Then he released Little Purple from the demon pet space, turned over and sat on Little Purple's back, turned into a purple lightning, and flew in the direction of the western wasteland according to the directions on the map. 3 days later, Ning Qi suddenly found a large group of buildings not far away. It looked a little like a market. As expected, when he got closer, he saw 3 sharp red words, Jingyue Workshop. Oh, there are only a few Earth-tier spring-returning pills left. I do need to replenish them. Let's see if there are any good things here that can be of use in the western wasteland. With a thought, Ning Qi stored Little Purple into the demon pet space and flew into the Jingyue workshop. Just as he entered the Jingyue workshop, Ning Qi saw that the 2 sides of the street were filled with stalls. Some of these stall owners were Do Wangs, some were Do Huangs, and some were even Do Zongs. From this, it could be seen that the scale of the Jingyue workshop was not small. The chances of something good appearing would be higher. Last time in the Heavenly Wonders Market, I found a low-tier spiritual god stone. I wonder if this Jingyue workshop will have such a stone. As Ning Qi strolled, he used his fiery golden eyes to scan the stalls, hoping to find a low-tier spiritual god stone. However, the system did not give him a prompt. Little brother, from the looks of it, it seems that this is your first time coming to the Jingyue workshop? Suddenly, a skinny old man who was as skinny as a stick appeared behind Ning Qi with a smile. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and discovered that this old man was merely a 3-star Do Huang. He did not pay much attention to him as he smiled and said, Indeed, does Elder have something for me? Little brother might not know this, but this old man's name is Bao Dating, and people give me the nickname of Bright Moon Inquirer. If this is really the first time little brother has come to Bright Moon Workshop, this old man can answer the questions little brother wants to know. Bao Dating said with a smile. Ning Qi immediately knew that this old man should be a local bully, just like De Guzi in the past. He recommended himself to be Ning Qi's tour guide. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled. I do have some questions, but Senior Bao Dating, how many spirit crystals are you going to charge me? Seeing that Ning Qi had reacted so quickly, Bao Dating chuckled and said, Not much, not much. Little brother, as long as you give me 200 lower spiritual crystals, I will be yours today. 200? Take it. Ning Qi directly counted 200 lower spiritual crystals and handed them to Bao Dating. Bao Dating was slightly startled and a look of regret appeared on his face. He didn't expect Ning Qi to be so straightforward at such a young age. He didn't even ask for a price. In fact, the price in his mind was only 100 lower spiritual crystals. The reason why he asked for 200 was to give Ning Qi some room to bargain. What a loss! This rash young man must be new to the Jianghu. Otherwise, why would he agree to give me 200 lower spiritual crystals? If I had asked for 2,000, I wonder if he would have given me. Senior Bao, since you've accepted my spiritual crystals, I'm going to start asking questions. Ning Qi smiled. Little brother, feel free to ask. In this Jinghua workshop, there's really nothing that I don't know. Bao Dating patted his chest and said. Then, Senior Bao, when I first entered the market, I saw a lot of people rushing forward. They looked hurried. What's going on? Ning Qi smiled. Oh, you're talking about this. To be honest, little brother, you've definitely made the right choice to come to Jinghua workshop. Do you know why? Bao Dating smiled and kept Ning Qi guessing. Ning Qi cooperated and said, Why am I right to come to Jinghua workshop? Seeing that Ning Qi really didn't know the situation, Bao Dating smiled and said, Because in a few days, Jinghua Workshop will hold the Jinghua Cup competition, which is held once every 10 years. Now, people from all over the place and the Chamber of Commerce have brought many rare treasures to participate in this Jinghua Cup competition. Jinghua Cup? Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of doubt. Oh, little brother. You don't even know about the Jinghua Cup? Then let me tell you. If you have anything valuable on you, you can take the opportunity to sell it. It's definitely worth 10 to 20% more than usual. Bao Dating looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Senior, please continue. I have nothing to sell at the moment. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Bao Dating's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment, then he continued. Jinghua Workshop holds the Jinghua Cup competition every 10 years. They will specially enclose a place in Jinghua Workshop for experts to come and sell their rare treasures. If the item auctioned is the highest, then they will win the Jinghua Cup grand prize. Within 10 years, no matter if they buy or sell, they will be able to do business in Jinghua Workshop with a 50% reduction in taxes. 50%? If a Chamber of Commerce gets it, then the tax they save will be extremely considerable. In this case, there should be a lot of people participating in the Jinghua Cup this time. Maybe there will be the inferior grade spiritual god stones that I want. Maybe I will go and have a look. Ning Qi thought in his heart, then he smiled at Bao Dating and said, Senior, if that's the case, can you take me to the venue where the Jinghua Cup is held? There should be a lot of people there now, right? Little brother, you guessed right. There are people from all the big families, chambers of commerce, and sects here to participate in the Jinghua Cup. If you go there now, you will still have a chance to find some rare treasures that suit you. Bao Dating nodded and said, Then please take me there, Senior. Ning Qi smiled. No problem. Bao Dating smiled and nodded, then led Ning Qi to the depths of Jinghua Workshop. After walking for more than 10 miles, Ning Qi finally saw that there were no more stalls on the roadside. After walking for a few more miles, his eyes suddenly opened up and he saw densely packed tents as far as Ning Qi's eyes could see. Little brother, do you see these tents? If you want to buy something, just take a look at the door and you will know what is being sold inside. Basically, Jinghua Workshop has everything you need. In a few days, when the Jinghua Cup starts, there will be more people appearing here. Bao Dating said. If that's the case, then I won't bother, Senior. I will go and have a look myself. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 577. Statue of the Moon. Little brother, do you really not want me to show you around? Bao Dating confirmed again. There's no need for that. Senior, please go ahead. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand, then walked towards those tents. Seeing this, Bao Dating curled his lips and flew towards the entrance of the Bright Moon Workshop, waiting for the next business. When Ning Qi passed by these tents, he would see many wooden signs with different words written on them. Some were selling finished elixirs, some were selling finished weapons, but most of them were selling spiritual ingredients and spiritual herbs. There were even wooden signs with the words, "Buying dragon blood fruit," written on them. Ning Qi was a little curious. Would anyone really sell the dragon blood fruit here? Previously, he had obtained 10 dragon blood fruit. He had given 2 to Li Mengqi and 4 to Meng Qingling. Then, he had traded 1 with Old Man Jin for a supreme dragon slaying bullet and 2 with lifeless thorn for Shintuyuanba. Now, he only had 1 left, but he had yet to use it. Thinking up to this point, Ning Qi opened the tent flap and walked in. The tent looked small on the outside, but it was spacious on the inside. Ning Qi suspected that the tent used the universe rings technology. In the center of the tent sat a woman. This woman looked to be around 30 years old, and her expression was slightly cold. When she saw Ning Qi enter, she only glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Ning Qi laughed and said, "Are you the one who wants to buy the dragon blood fruit? What? Do you have it?" When the woman heard this, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes as she stared straight at Ning Qi. "I didn't." Ning Qi laughed. "Why didn't you come here to join in the fun? Get out of here." The woman waved her hand impatiently. "If you want to buy the dragon blood fruit, you have to show me your bargaining chip. Otherwise, even if I have the dragon blood fruit, I won't take it out." Ning Qi smiled faintly. The woman looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. She discovered that Ning Qi's cultivation was a few stars higher than hers. She couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful look. Could this kid be a genius of the 9 superclans? Very likely. Thinking of this, the woman revealed a faint smile and said to Ning Qi, "Sir, it seems that you know quite a bit about the dragon blood fruit. If you don't mind, come and have a seat." "No need. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. "Young master, wait a moment. Don't you want to know what I'm going to use to exchange for the dragon blood fruit?" the woman said. Ning Qi stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the woman with a faint smile. The dragon blood fruit was something that even the dragon clan yearned for. Ning Qi was indeed curious as to what this woman would offer in exchange. 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. "Young master, this price is more than enough to buy the dragon blood fruit." The woman smiled confidently. 100,000 middle spiritual crystals? Ning Qi remembered that the lower grade heaven splitting inner armor that had been deducted from his space bag was only sold for 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. The price offered by the woman was quite suitable. But Ning Qi smiled and said, "Although the price is reasonable and even better, the dragon blood fruit can only be found in a few forbidden lands. Spiritual crystals are everywhere. A large chamber of commerce might be able to fork out 1,000,000 medium spiritual crystals, but can they fork out 10 dragon blood fruits?" The woman frowned and looked at Ning Qi. She said seriously, "Young master, do you really have the dragon blood fruit? If you do, please take it out for me to take a look. I will not disappoint you." So this woman was testing me. She's definitely not going to use spiritual crystals to buy the dragon blood fruit. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "I don't have it." Before the woman could react, Ning Qi walked out of the tent. Is this guy here to make fun of me, or does he really have the dragon blood fruit? The woman frowned slightly. There were 2 faint dragon horns on her forehead. She seemed to have noticed that she had lost her composure and quickly retracted her aura. The 2 faint dragon horns disappeared again. "Anyway, I've already locked on to his aura. If I don't get the dragon blood fruit after the moon cup is over, I'll capture him and interrogate him. This place is indeed livelier than any market I've ever seen." Ning Qi spent half a day walking around the place. Not only did he find many elixirs that he had never seen before, but even the largest tent had heaven-grade fighting weapons for sale. However, they were not sold for spiritual crystals. Instead, they had to be exchanged for other items. According to the aura revealed by the chatter of the surrounding people, Ning Qi knew that the largest tent belonged to the famous Chamber of Commerce in Dongxian, the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It was said that the Dragon Clan was behind it, and that the Chamber of Commerce specialized in buying cultivation necessities for the Dragon Clan in Dongxian. Other than that, the Moon Workshop also had 3 large chambers of commerce that were slightly weaker than the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that when the Moon Cup began, more than 10 chambers of commerce would arrive one after another. At that time, even some long-lost ancient elixirs would appear. Ning Qi decided to stay and wait for the Moon Cup to end before setting off for the primordial ancient Dragon Clan. After all, a journey of more than 1,000,000 miles was not something that could be completed in a day or two. Another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, more than 10 chambers of commerce had arrived, bringing with them many rare treasures. Ning Qi realized that there were more than 10 times more people than 3 days ago. When Ning Qi had first arrived, the road had been quite spacious. Now, however, it was a little crowded. Among these people, some were Dozongs, some were even Dozuns, but there were also Dolings and Dowangs. However, they were all led by elders from their clans. There were very few people like Ning Qi who looked so young and had come alone. At this moment, Ning Qi walked out of the last tent with some disappointment. He had searched the place but had not found any trace of the inferior spirit stone. "Looks like my luck is about to run out." Ning Qi laughed at himself and was about to leave when over 10 figures suddenly flew over from the sky. "Look, it's the owner of the Moon Workshop." Looking at the time, the Moon Cup is about to begin. I wonder who will be the champion this time. I think it's the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce again. Not necessarily. Although they have a lot of things, they are expensive. Some of them don't even sell spirit crystals and only barter with other items. In the end, they may not be able to compete with ordinary small chambers of commerce. Is the Moon Cup about to begin? Ning Qi's eyes paused on the owner of the Moon Workshop for a while. However, when the owner flew over his head, a system notification sounded. Ding. Discovered inferior spirit stone. Don't tell me the spirit stone is with them? Ning Qi was pleasantly surprised as he followed the crowd in the direction where the owner of the Moon Workshop was flying. Soon, he saw the old man, who looked to be about 100 years old, slowly land on a high platform. This was the center of the Moon Cup. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the Moon Cup that is held once every 10 years. As usual, whoever sells the item with the highest value will get this moon statue. Chapter 578. The Store of All Wonders. When the others saw the Jingyue statue, their expressions were similar to Ning Qi's. Their eyes were filled with greed. However, they were not after the low-grade spirit god stones. Instead, they were after the use of the statue. A 50% reduction in taxes. Regardless of whether it was an individual or a merchant association, it was a great benefit. The old man smiled and said, "Now, the Jingyue Cup competition begins and will end in 10 days. His voice had just sounded when the 10+ subordinates behind him flew into the air. They stood in the air, their eyes as sharp as an eagle's as they swept in all directions. If this statue is exchanged for Dragon Slayer coins, it should be worth 200,000 to 300,000, Ning Qi quietly calculated in his heart. After which, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that he had not come to the Jingyue Workshop in vain. However, it would not be easy to obtain the champion of the Jingyue Cup. Fortunately, he had the Dragon Slaying Shopping Center and hundreds of thousands of Dragon Slayer coins on him. This was his confidence in fighting for the champion spot. "Little brother, you are still here." Bao Dating suddenly walked over with a young man and a young woman. His eyes were a little surprised when he saw that Ning Qi was still here. He had thought that Ning Qi would randomly stroll around for a day or two before leaving. After all, after the Jingwe cup began, the endless number of spiritual ingredients and treasures were not something a Do Huang could afford. However, the two people behind him were different. They were both one-star Do Zongs, and seemed to be from a large clan. Ning Qi smiled and nodded at Bao Dating. He then glanced at the man and woman beside Bao Dating. Seeing that the two ignored him and seemed to have a trace of disdain in their eyes, Ning Qi smiled at Bao Dating and said, "I plan to set up a small stall here and see if I have a chance to win the Moon Cup." "Ha, little brother, it's great that you have such lofty aspirations." Bao Dating laughed dryly after hearing this. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Ning Qi. "With just you?" The young man behind Bao Dating frowned as he looked at Ning Qi. After sizing him up, he laughed mockingly. "Do you know how many large merchant associations there are here? Forget about Longting. Even the worst merchant association has a net worth higher than an ordinary dozun. Do you think that you can become the champion of the Jingwe Cup? You must be dreaming." Ning Qi glanced at him and ignored him. He waved his hand at Bao Dating and said, "Senior Bao, I'm going to find a good seat. Go ahead." "Little brother, take care." Bao Dating was also afraid that Ning Qi would have a conflict with the two investors behind him. Ning Qi's direct departure was exactly what he wanted. However, when the young man saw how rude Ning Qi was, he wanted to say something, but the woman beside him said indifferently, "Cousin, we came here today to find a decent gift for our ancestor. The full moon cup only lasts for 10 days, so we shouldn't waste it." Then, she looked at Bao Dating and said, "You've accepted 200 lower spiritual crystals from us. I hope it's useful." Of course. Please follow me. I know this place very well." Bao Dating hurriedly revealed a fawning smile. However, he could not help but curse in his heart. What dozong? How could he value 200 lower spiritual crystals so much? He was not even as important as that little brother just now. Naturally, the two of them could not hear Bao Dating's thoughts. Under Bao Dating's lead, they walked toward the largest dragon soaring chamber of commerce in the area. After searching for a long time, Ning Qi found that all the good spots were occupied. Fortunately, he did not need a tent and only needed a wooden sign. He spent 10 lower spiritual crystals and bought a piece of 10-year-old pear wood from an inconspicuous little tent. Then, Ning Qi engraved a line of small words on it. After doing all this, Ning Qi came to the side of the incomparably huge tent of the dragon soaring chamber of commerce and sat down cross-legged. The wooden sign stood in front of him. This action was unusual and immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. They all walked over and looked at the words on the wooden sign. "All strange miscellaneous goods store?" After everyone saw the small words on the sign, their faces were filled with shock. They looked at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a madman. Is this kid crazy? Or is he purposely here to disgust the dragon soaring chamber of commerce? All strange miscellaneous goods store. Such arrogance! Even an Emperor Do would not dare to say such words. Ning Qi ignored these sarcastic remarks and sat calmly with a smile on his face. At this moment, a 4-star dozong who looked to be in his 40s could not help but step forward and ask, "Little brother, do you mean that you sell everything here? You even sell Tian-class Do weapons?" "This big brother, you have misunderstood. All strange things exist. There are definitely some rare and strange things here. Is a Tian-class Do weapon very rare and strange?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Then what is considered rare and strange?" The middle-aged man continued to ask. "Naturally, it is something that you have never seen before." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "I have never seen it before." The middle-aged man wanted to continue asking, but the crowd suddenly parted at this moment. One could see a middle-aged man with a goatee walking in. He stood in front of Ning Qi and coldly looked at Ning Qi and the wooden sign in front of him. Manager Long, everyone hurriedly bowed when they saw this middle-aged man. Some people did not know his background and asked the person beside them, Shu, lower your voice. This person is one of the 9 managers of the Dragon's Soaring Chamber of Commerce. He was already a Do Zun 100 years ago. It is likely that his cultivation has increased again after 100 years. Oh, so it is the manager of the Dragon's Soaring Chamber of Commerce. That person came to a sudden understanding. Long Xuanyo examined Ning Qi a couple of times before speaking faintly. I will give you 10 breaths to leave this place. Otherwise, I will capture you and bring you to the owner of the Jingyue market to question you. Ning Qi glanced at him and smiled. Are you crazy? Am I bothering you by selling things here? Drag me over to question me? Why don't you try? Long Xuanyo was slightly startled. Are you really selling things? And not here to cause trouble? Do I have the free time to cause trouble? Ning Qi smiled and countered with a question. Long Xuanyo frowned and looked at Ning Qi when he heard this. He then looked at the words on the wooden sign, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a mocking expression. A miscellaneous goods store? What arrogant words! If you are not buying things, then don't come here to cause trouble. Can you afford to hinder my business? Ning Qi smiled. A trace of anger immediately surged in Long Xuanyo's eyes. At this moment, Bao Dating led a man and a woman out of the Dragon's Soaring Chamber of Commerce. Although they had their eyes on a few things, the high prices caused them to immediately give up. Seeing that there were quite a number of people gathered here, Bao Dating hurriedly led the 2 of them in. Little brother? Why is it you? Bao Dating revealed a surprised expression when he saw Ning Qi. He saw a wooden sign in front of Ning Qi. Was he really here to sell things? He thought that Ning Qi was merely joking. Bao Dating, do you know this person? Long Xuanyo slowly looked at Bao Dating. Chapter 579. What elixir is this? So this kid knows Bao Dating. Looks like he's a liar. What kind of background could he have if he hangs out with Bao Dating? Sigh, I thought he was a genius from some big family. The 9 great families do have some strange things in their hand. I guess he's thinking the same as shopkeeper Long. He's here to cause trouble and prevent the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce from winning. The crowd immediately began to discuss. The young man behind Bao Dating looked at Ning Qi mockingly and then at Long Xuanyo. He stepped forward and saluted. Junior Wenren Chongshu greets shopkeeper Long. Junior Wenren Xin greets shopkeeper Long. The woman also stepped forward and saluted. Long Xuanyo glanced at the 2 with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You 2 are the disciples of the Wenren family, right? I seem to have seen you before. Wenren Chongshu said respectfully. Last time when shopkeeper Long came to the Wenren family, we were fortunate enough to meet you. Oh, the Wenren family's old ancestor is about to celebrate his birthday. Are you here today to prepare a gift? Long Xuanyo smiled. Yes. The 2 nodded. In that case, if you like anything in the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce today, I'll give you a 10% discount. Long Xuanyo smiled. Wenren Chongshu and Wenren Xian's faces immediately showed ecstasy and saluted Long Xuanyo. Thank you, senior. Shopkeeper Long is so generous. As expected of the 9 great shopkeepers of the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce, so generous. The flattery made Long Xuanyo feel quite comfortable, but when he looked at Ning Qi and Bao Dating again, his face suddenly became gloomy. Bao Dating, since you know this kid, you should know my temper. Take him away quickly, or both of you can forget about leaving today. Shopkeeper Long, I don't know him, but when he first came to the market, he invited me. Bao Dating reacted and hurriedly explained with a wry smile. Since he invited you, didn't you tell him that the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce is not a place to cause trouble at will? Long Xuanyo said coldly. At this moment, Ning Qi interrupted. If you want to quarrel, go somewhere further. Don't disturb my business. Otherwise, I'll complain to the owner and make you suffer the consequences. Io, my little brother, hurry up and leave this place with me. Fear appeared on Bao Dating's face. Seeing that Ning Chi was still in a daze, Bao Dating hurriedly stepped forward to pull Ning Chi, preparing to take him away from this place. However, Ning Chi's arm trembled slightly, and Bao Dating felt as if his palm had been pricked by a needle. It was so painful that he immediately withdrew his hand. When Ren Chongshu saw this and frowned, he looked at Ning Chi and said, "Shopkeeper Long is giving you face by not taking you to the owner. Are you going to take a mile after taking an inch? Young master? Do I know you?" Ning Chi smiled faintly. Without waiting for the young man to answer, Ning Chi continued, "Since I don't know you, why do you keep talking to me? You." A hint of anger appeared on Wenren Chongshu's face. Seeing this, Long Xuanyo looked at Ning Chi and said calmly, "Fine, since you said that there are all kinds of strange things in this place, why don't you show me the item? If it's really as rare as you said, I'll buy it." "Shopkeeper Long, do you really want to see it? I have to buy it after seeing it," Ning Chi said with a smile. "Kid, don't talk nonsense. Shopkeeper Long's words are worth 1,000 gold. If you really have a treasure, take it out and let everyone have a look. If you don't take it, then you're a liar who's here to cause trouble. Shopkeeper Long can take you to the owner, and all of us can be witnesses." Someone mocked Ning Chi. It was obvious that he was flattering Long Xuanyo. Ning Chi smiled and suddenly extended his right hand. Then, he slowly opened his palm. A round pill lay in the center of his palm. A strange fragrance wafted out from the pill. What pill is this? I don't think I've seen it before. It looks very ordinary, and the grade doesn't seem high. Kid, is this what you meant by all kinds of strange things? It seems that you're really a liar. How dare you cause trouble at the Moon Cup? You're courting death. Long Xuanyo looked at Ning Chi indifferently with a mocking look in his eyes. What pill is this? It doesn't look high, but it should be a mystic class pill, right? Sigh, this guy is finished. Bao Dating looked at Ning Chi with a trace of pity in his eyes. When Ren Chongshu looked at Ning Chi mockingly, he wanted to see what Ning Chi would say next. A mystic class pill? Is it rare? Yes, it's indeed a mystic class low-class pill, Ning Chi admitted with a smile. I told you, this kid is a liar. Shopkeeper Long, do you want us to take him to the owner? No need. Long Xuanyo said indifferently, then looked at Ning Chi with a smile. I'll give you one more chance. It's not too late for you to leave now. Why? Are you going back on your word, Shopkeeper Long? Ning Chi said with a faint smile. I'm going back on my word? Why would I go back on my word? Long Xuanyo frowned slightly. Just now, Shopkeeper Long said that as long as I take out the pill, you will buy it. Did I hear wrongly? Ning Chi said with a smile. Kid, Shopkeeper Long let you go, but you don't appreciate it? Who do you want to sell a mystic class low-class pill to? If you lack spiritual crystals, I still have some here. Take them. Wenren Chongshu said coldly and threw a few lower spiritual crystals in front of Ning Chi. It seems that one of the 9 shopkeepers of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce doesn't have good eyesight. Ning Chi shook his head in disappointment, and there was a hint of mockery in his tone. You said that I don't have good eyesight? Long Xuanyo's face showed a trace of anger. As one of the 9 shopkeepers of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he had seen no less than 10,000 kinds of things. He had even personally received a dozen dragon blood fruit. Ning Chi dared to mock him for having bad eyesight. This kid must not be forgiven. Yes, I said that you don't have good eyesight. You know nothing about the treasure in front of you. Ning Chi said with a smile. Then why don't you tell me what kind of pill this is? Long Xuanyo sneered. Don't think that just because you know a little alchemy, you can casually refine a pill and call it rare. Then all of you listen up. This is a mystic class low-class beauty calming pill. Ning Chi said with a faint smile. Beauty calming pill? What kind of pill is this? Many people were puzzled. However, Long Xuanyo's face revealed a shocked expression. Before he could speak, An old woman suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Ning Qi. She stared blankly at the mystic class low-class beauty calming pill in Ning Qi's hand. Kid, what kind of pill is this? This person is a battle saint. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of seriousness, and he said with a smile, Senior, this is a mystic class low-class beauty calming pill. Who is this person? His aura is so terrifying. Chapter 580. 100,000 Spirit Crystals, Beauty Suppressing Pill. Is it really a mystic low-grade pill? The old woman's eyes shone brightly. It's absolutely true, I guarantee it's genuine. Ning Qi smiled faintly. How much are you selling this pill for? I'll buy it. The old woman did not believe that Ning Qi, a peak do huang, would dare to lie to her. Hence, she decisively replied. Ning Qi looked at Long Xuanyo with a smile and said, Senior, I'm sorry, but shopkeeper Long wants this pill. The old woman glanced coldly at Long Xuanyo. Long Xuanyo quickly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Tianshan Granny. Tianshan Granny? She was Tianshan Granny? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock when they heard these words. Wenren Chong Su and Wenren Ziyun looked at each other. They didn't expect to meet such a legendary monster in the Jingyue workshop. Tianshan Granny's cultivation level was much higher than their ancestors. It was said that she had lived for more than 1,800 years. No one knew whether it was true or not, but the only thing they knew was that her hands were stained with the blood of a rank 9 dragon. Furthermore, Tianshan grandmother was ranked 471st on the Heaven Leaderboard. Just this alone was enough to shock everyone. Even Tianshan Granny wants to buy this pill. Could it really be some kind of rare pill? A trace of doubt arose in everyone's hearts, and the way they looked at Ning Qi also changed slightly. Tianshan Granny looked at Long Xuanyo coldly and said, You want to buy this beauty pill? Long Xuanyo laughed dryly and said, Tianshan Grandma, there is some misunderstanding in this matter. If it is really a face-calming pill, I would naturally not dare to fight with Tianshan Grandma over it. However, this boy is only at the peak of the Do Huang realm. His cultivation is so low. How could he have this ancient pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years? At this point, Tianshan Granny's eyes flashed with confusion. She had not thought too much about it because she was closely involved in the situation. However, after hearing what Long Xuanyo said, she also felt that it was strange. Long Xuanyo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Tianshan Granny seemed to have understood a little. He smiled and glanced at Ning Qi condescendingly. Then, he turned to Tianshan Granny and said, Based on my many years of experience in the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, I've even been to the North Xian region. I've never heard of any elixir king, or above, who could refine this kind of ancient panacea. Tianshan Granny, if there really is a lower-grade black-level beauty-calming pill in this world, how could there be no news about it? That makes sense. Tianshan Granny frowned. Ning Qi suddenly felt a terrifying aura enveloping him. Kid, are you lying to me? Tianshan Granny said coldly. Ning Qi smiled disdainfully and said, Tianshan Granny, you actually believe a tramp who can't even recognize the beauty pill? So what if it was the Dragonsaur Chamber of Commerce? The shopkeeper of the Dragonsaur Chamber of Commerce had to be knowledgeable? A fellow who can't even recognize a medicinal pill like the beauty-suppressing pill, I really suspect that he's a fake. How dare you? Wenren Chong Su shouted. You're the one who's bold. Who gave you the right to interrupt when I'm talking to Tianshan Granny? Ning Qi shouted angrily. Wenren Chong Su was slightly taken aback, but when he saw Tianshan Granny looking at him, he immediately shut his mouth guiltily. Little brother, Tianshan Granny is here. Are you still going to argue? Long Xuanyo said calmly. Tianshan Granny, do you know the lamp elder of the Cloud Rising sect, Meng Qingling? Ning Qi smiled. Meng Qingling? Tianshan Granny's eyes were filled with shock. Kid, why did you mention her? Because she had eaten my Lo Xian beauty suppressing pill. Don't tell me that I don't know whether the pill is real or fake. I'm just a peak Emperor Do. How dare I act so presumptuously in front of you? Ning Qi smiled. Meng Qingling had eaten his Lo Xian beauty suppressing pill. It's understandable if he lied to Long Xuanyo, and it's also reasonable for him to lie to Tianshan Granny for the sake of his pride. However, if he offended two people on the sky roll at once, he's simply courting death. It seems that his elixir is very likely to be real. Meng Qingling had eaten your Lo Xian beauty suppressing pill? Tianshan Granny's eyes were filled with surprise. Can you draw out her current appearance and let me have a look? Why not? Does anyone have a pen and paper? Ning Qi smiled. I do. Bao Dating did not have the chance to speak. Seeing this, he quickly took out a pen and paper from his Qian Kuan ring and handed it to Ning Qi. This is what I used to draw the map. Little brother, feel free to use it. Thank you. Ning Qi smiled. Then, he started drawing on the white paper. Tianshan Granny watched as the face gradually appeared on the paper. When Ning Qi was halfway through, she smiled and said, All right, I believe that your Lo Xian beauty suppressing pill is real. If Meng Qingling had not consumed the Lo Xian beauty suppressing pill, you would not have been able to know what she looked like when she was young. What? Only now did Long Xuanyo's face reveal a look of shock. Everyone who had been watching the show was shocked. Did this lad really have the ancient elixir that had been lost for tens of thousands of years? How is this possible? Wenren Chongshu's face was filled with shock. Wenren Ziyun looked at the beauty-calming pill in Ning Qi's hand with a burning gaze. Perhaps no woman in this world could resist the temptation of eternal youth, right? Ning Qi smiled as he shattered the white paper, then returned the brush to Bao Dating. Only then did he look at Long Xuanyo. Shopkeeper Long, what are you going to use to buy this low-grade, profound-rank beauty-suppressing pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years? I am not interested in ordinary items. This Long Xuanyo still did not believe that Ning Qi's beauty-suppressing pill was real. However, since Tianshan Granny had said so, he could not refute. Thinking of this, Long Xuanyo felt a little regretful. He hesitated for a while and asked, How many spiritual crystals are you selling it for? 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. Ning Qi smiled. If it was someone else, he would have asked for 50,000. Meng Qingling had used this price to buy it. However, Ning Qi did not like Long Xuanyo, so he doubled the price. 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. Everyone gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. There were still people who did not know the effects of the beauty-suppressing pill. Therefore, they were shocked when they saw Ning Qi offer 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. This was the price of 2 low heaven-level fighting weapons. 100,000. Long Xuanyo's face showed a trace of anger. What? Shopkeeper Long, one of the 9 shopkeepers of the Soaring Dragon Group, cannot take out 100,000 middle spiritual crystals? If you want to go back on your words, you can admit that you did not keep your words and I will forgive you this once. Ning Qi smiled faintly. 100,000 it is. Just you wait. Long Xuanyo saw that many people were looking at him. For the sake of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce's reputation, or rather, for his own reputation, he had to buy this elixir today. When the time came, he would expose Ning Qi's true colors. Not only would he get 100,000 middle spiritual crystals back, he would also gain the friendship of Tianshan Granny. Chapter 581. When Lan, there are 100,000 middle spiritual crystals in it. You can count them. Long Xuanyo sneered. In his eyes, Ning Qi was already a dead man. Gasp! Shopkeeper Long really spent 100,000 middle spiritual crystals to buy this elixir from him? That's equivalent to 2 lower heaven-class fighting weapons. The crowd was shocked and envious at the same time. Among them, there were many jealous and greedy eyes. Ningqi took a glance and confirmed that there were indeed 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. He put the interspatial ring into his space bag, and threw the lower black class beauty pill to Long Xuanyo. After Long Xuanyo received the elixir, he smiled respectfully at Tianshan grandmother and said, "Tianshan grandmother, this lower black class beauty pill is a gift from me." Tianshan grandmother's face lit up with joy. She accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it right in front of everyone. "Young man, we will know soon whether your elixir is real or fake." Long Xuanyo sneered at Ningqi. "Shopkeeper Long is so confident. I guess he knew that the elixir was fake all along." Wenren Chongshu thought to himself when he saw Long Xuanyo's sneer. Bao Dating and the rest looked at Tianshan grandmother with anticipation. Some were looking forward to the effects of the beauty pill, while others were looking forward to how Tianshan grandmother would treat Ningqi after finding out that the elixir was ineffective. Indeed, the elixir is fake. Seeing that Tianshan grandmother had not moved even after 3 breaths of time, the crowd could not help but look at Ningqi with pity. "Young man, I can't save you now." Bao Dating sighed. After all, he had accepted 200 lower spiritual crystals from Ningqi. He did not want Ningqi to die in Jinghua workshop. Shopkeeper Long indeed. "You can tell whether the elixir is real or fake with just one look. I admire you." Wenren Chongshu cupped his hands at Long Xuanyo and flattered Long Xuanyo mercilessly. Long Xuanyo smiled and was about to say something modest. Suddenly, a ball of faint white light appeared from Tianshan grandmother's body. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and focused their attention on Tianshan grandmother. Could it be that the beauty pill is really working? No, impossible. Long Xuanyo's face revealed a trace of shock, and a trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes. The process of the beauty-calming pill taking effect was very miraculous. When they saw a white-haired old woman transform at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally becoming a peerless beauty, this visual effect was extremely shocking. However, Ningqi had already seen it several times, so he was not surprised. 10 minutes later, Tianshan Granny could no longer be called Tianshan Granny anymore. Perhaps she should be called Tianshan Fairy. She looked like she was only 27 or 28 years old, and her skin was as translucent as jade. Tianshan Granny reached out and touched her face. Then, she gathered her battle chi and created a mirror in front of her. When she saw herself in the mirror, her eyes were filled with joy and reminiscence. At this moment, no one doubted the authenticity of Ningqi's beauty pill, because the truth was right in front of them. Long Xuanyo's face instantly turned pale, and there was a trace of shock and regret in his eyes. He was shocked because Ningqi's beauty pill turned out to be real and regretful because he actually gave away the beauty pill that he bought with 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. Thinking about this, Long Xuanyo almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Little brother, what is your name?" Tianshan Granny looked at Ningqi with gentle eyes. "I am Ningqi." Ningqi smiled. "All right, I will remember you. In the future, if you need anything, you can come to Tianshan to find me. My name is Wenlan." Tianshan Granny smiled. "Thank you, Senior One." Ningqi cupped his hands and smiled. Tianshan Granny. Long Xuanyo thought to himself that he was the one who gave the beauty pill to Tianshan Granny. No matter what, he had to make her remember his kindness. However, just as he opened his mouth, he saw Wenlan's face turn cold. "Who are you calling Granny?" Wenlan asked coldly. "Ah, it's me, I am." Long Xuanyo was shocked by Wenlan's aura and started to speak incoherently. Before he could adjust his emotions, Wenlan had already flown away. At this moment, one of the subordinates of the workshop owner flew to Ningqi's side and said respectfully, "Sir, I would like to register the item that you just sold. Lower Mystic Beauty Pill, 100,000 middle spiritual crystals." Ningqi smiled. "All right, I have noted it down. I wish you luck." The man smiled and cupped his hands at Ning Qi before flying into the air again. Ning Qi smiled and looked at Long Xuanyo, who was dumbfounded, and said, "Shopkeeper Long, doesn't your Longting Chamber of Commerce need to do business? Why are you still standing here? Do you want to buy some other elixirs?" Long Xuanyo waved his sleeves and left with a livid face. Wenren Chong-su saw this and quickly followed. Wenren Ziyun wanted to ask Ning Qi if he had any more beauty pills, but when she thought that she did not have 100,000 middle spiritual crystals, she hid this thought in her heart and followed Wenren Chong-su into the Longting Chamber of Commerce. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so secretive." Bao Dating reacted and walked to Ning Qi's side excitedly. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "I was just lucky and got some trinkets." Trinkets? The beauty pill that was sold for 100,000 middle spiritual crystals was just a trinket in his eyes? While everyone was shocked, they inevitably began to wonder if Ning Qi had something even rarer than the beauty-suppressing pill. Thinking of this, many people rushed towards Ning Qi. "Young master, I want a water-repellent pill that has been lost since ancient times. Do you have it?" "Yes, 20,000 middle spiritual crystals." "Young master, do you have body sculpting elixirs here?" "Yes, 500,000 middle spiritual crystals." Hiss, the guy who asked about the body sculpting elixir gasped. "All right, everyone, come one by one. I only have one mouth and can't answer many of your questions. As long as I have it and you can afford it, I will sell it to you." Ning Qi clapped his hands and said. Bao Dating saw this and took the initiative to help Ning Qi maintain order. He even ignored Wenren Chong-su and Wenren Ziyun. Ning Qi glanced at him with a smile and did not say anything. Not far away, the other chambers of commerce finally noticed the situation here and ordered their subordinates to come over and inquire about the news. After their subordinates reported the news to them, the managers of the chambers of commerce were all shocked. How could there be such a kid out of nowhere? In the most luxurious hall of the Jingyu workshop. The owner of the Jingyu workshop, Bailey Chiu Qian, was listening to the report of his subordinate. "Beauty pill? I didn't expect such an elixir that has been lost for tens of thousands of years to appear in the Jingyu cup." Chapter 582. Chapter 582. Antro Dicon extremely popular. Although there were many people surrounding Ning Qi, the number of people who could actually afford to buy things could be counted on one hand. There were some pills that Ning Qi was also unwilling to sell. For example, a middle-grade rank-breaking pill could allow a Do Huang to directly advance by 1 star. A Do Huang could eat 3 of them, but one of them cost 5,000 dragon-slaying coins and was sold for less spirit crystals. The price-performance ratio was not high. Thus, after Ning Qi sold a low-grade mystic-suppressing beauty pill, many people asked about it but few people bought it. Within the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce, the more Long Xuanyo thought about it, the angrier he became. He had lost 100,000 middle spiritual crystals in vain. With his status, he would not be able to explain it to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper Long, don't worry. The champion of the Moon Cup this time will definitely be your Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I think that kid only has one low-grade profound rank beauty suppressing pill," Wenren Chongshu flattered. "One? That's right, what if that kid has more? Although it's a little expensive, this lower mystic level face stabilizing pill has never appeared in the Eastern Xian continent. If my Soaring Dragon Merchant Guild buys all of his elixirs, we can definitely sell them for 200,000 to 300,000 middle spiritual crystals." Long Xuanyo suddenly changed his mind. He ignored Wenren Chongshu and rushed out of the Longting Chamber of Commerce, arriving in front of Ning Qi again. Shopkeeper Long Bao Dating revealed a fawning smile. Long Xuanyo nodded at him, then looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, "Little brother, do you still have any inferior grade beauty suppressing pills of the profound rank?" "What? Shopkeeper Long, do you still want to buy more? Do you want 1 or 2? Ning Qi raised his eyebrows. It's like this, I want to buy all the low-grade profound rank beauty suppression pills in little brother's possession. What do you think, little brother? Long Xuanyo said with a smile. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the soaring dragon chamber of commerce, they were even buying up a lower mystic-level beauty-calming elixir that cost 100,000 medium spiritual crystals each. Sure enough, he had a big family business. I still have 5 lower mystic beauty pills. If shopkeeper Long wants them, I can sell them to you for 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals. Ning Qi smiled. What? 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals? Isn't 100,000 middle spiritual crystals? 5 of them are only 500,000 middle spiritual crystals. Long Xuanyo was taken aback. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, Shopkeeper Long is a businessman. It's impossible for you not to know that rare things are dear. You don't look like you're buying it to eat. You're definitely giving it away or selling it yourself. If you want to buy all of my low-grade profound rank beauty-suppressing pills, then doubling the price is very normal, right? Little brother, you really know how to do business. Long Xuanyo laughed dryly. At this moment, his eyes suddenly swept behind him. He saw the people in charge of the 3 local chambers of commerce, Spirit Star, Ruoshui, and Yandong, all rushing over. All right, 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals. Long Xuanyo gritted his teeth and said decisively. This was already the largest amount of funds he could control. Any more and he would have to report it to the head shopkeeper. That way, he wouldn't have the chance to purchase the low-grade mystic rank beauty suppressing pills. Furthermore, the head shopkeeper wasn't here, so he wouldn't be able to make it in time. If they were taken away by the 3 local merchant guilds, then the Dragonsaur merchant guild's losses would be too great. Then, Long Xuanyo took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at the number of spirit crystals in it. After making an estimation, he nodded and took out 5 low-grade profound stage beauty pills and handed them to Long Xuanyo. Shopkeeper Long, we're even, Ning Qi said with a smile. Long Xuanyo felt the aura on it. It was exactly the same as the previous one. Only then did he put away the elixir with a smile. Hey, Shopkeeper Long, what are you doing here? At this time, the people in charge of the 3 major chambers of commerce came in. When they saw Long Xuanyo, their faces were a little ugly. I don't have anything to do. I just bought 5 low-grade profound stage beauty-suppressing pills from this little brother. Long Xuanyo said with a faint smile. What? He still has low-grade profound stage beauty-suppressing pills? The 3 of them thought that Ning Qi only had 1 pill, so when they saw Long Xuanyo appear again, they immediately rushed over to investigate the situation. But they never expected that Long Xuanyo would actually buy another 5 low-grade profound rank beauty pills, and this caused the 3 of them to be extremely regretful. How could this kid have so many of these ancient elixirs that have been lost for tens of thousands of years? What kind of adventure did he have? Could it be that he entered an ancient tomb? Thinking of this, the 3 people quickly asked Ning Qi, Little brother, do you still have low-grade profound stage beauty-suppressing pills? We want all of them. Long Xuanyo looked at the 3 people with a faint expression of ridicule. Sure enough, Ning Qi shook his head and said, They have all been bought by Shopkeeper Long. The 3 people's faces alternated between green and white. Long Xuanyo smiled and said, If the 3 of you want, I can sell 2 of them. One is 500,000 mid-grade spiritual crystals. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again and looked at Long Xuanyo dumbfoundedly. They finally realized how shrewd a businessman was. With a change of hands, he actually earned 3 low-grade profound stage beauty-suppressing pills for free? 500,000? Why don't you go rob? I heard that little brother only sells it for 100,000 mid-grade spiritual crystals. 500,000 can buy a mid-grade heaven stage fighting weapon. Shopkeeper Long, are you crazy? I am robbing. Do you want it or not? Long Xuanyo smiled faintly and cupped his hands at Ningqi. He said, Little brother, thank you for your beauty-suppressing pills. I wonder if you have any other lost ancient pills. Our soaring dragon chamber of commerce will buy them all. Little brother, please come in and let us discuss in detail. Little brother, shopkeeper Long is too black-hearted. Don't do business with him. Sell the pills to me. No matter what they are, our Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce will take them all. What is your Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce? Little brother, our weak water Chamber of Commerce has always been generous. Come and discuss with us. Little brother, our blazing winter Chamber of Commerce only deals in elixirs. I also have some treasures on hand. Little brother, you seem to be an alchemist, right? Our blazing winter Chamber of Commerce promises that we will give you spiritual herbs of the same price for the elixirs you buy. Is the blazing winter Chamber of Commerce crazy? The crowd looked at the person in charge of the blazing winter Chamber of Commerce in shock. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His aura was thick and his cultivation was no weaker than Long Xuanyo's. He was also a Dozun. When Ren Chongshu saw this scene from outside the crowd and could not help but reveal a look of jealousy. Ningqi had earned another 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals in the blink of an eye. Now that the members of the major chambers of commerce treated him like a treasure, he would probably gain a lot from now on. But he, as the pride of the Wunren family, could not even produce 10,000 middle spiritual crystals. Aside from him, there was a woman watching Ningqi quietly from a distance. She was the woman who had purchased the dragon blood fruit. When she discovered that Ningqi had elixirs that had been lost for tens of thousands of years, she knew that Ningqi definitely had the dragon blood fruit. Who has a lower mystic level beauty suppressing pill? A long cry suddenly came from the sky. Following that, 3 old women appeared in front of Ningqi. They were so old that they looked like they were about to enter their coffins. Seeing this, the surrounding people took a dozen steps back. These 3 people were probably experts at the level of Tianshan grandmother. Chapter 583. Between two hands, oh? You have one? The 3 old women looked at Long Xuanyo with fanatical expressions. Yes, if the 3 seniors are interested, you can come in and discuss with me. Long Xuanyo smiled. At this time, the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce suddenly said, Seniors, a lower mystic level beauty calming pill costs 500,000 middle spiritual crystals, and he only spent 100,000 middle spiritual crystals to buy it from that young man. Shut up. I spent 200,000 middle spiritual crystals. Long Xuanyo was furious. The 3 old women's faces darkened. In Dongxian, they were probably the only ones who needed a lower mystic level beauty calming pill. They had lived for too long, and their faces were so old that they could not even be nourished by Do Qi. Long Xuanyo's actions were obviously aimed at them. Did he want to make a fortune from them? Well, you admit it yourself. Then why don't you sell it to the 3 seniors for 200,000 middle spiritual crystals? The people in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce and the Blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce mocked. This, Long Xuanyo's face showed a trace of hesitation. As a businessman, he had no reason to buy and sell at the original price. There was no profit to speak of. However, because of his hesitation, he was immediately blacklisted by the 3 old women. One of the old women looked at Ningqi and asked kindly, Young man, I was introduced by Wenlan. Do you still have lower mystic level beauty calming pills? Seniors, I have all his elixirs with me. How about this, I will sell each elixir to you for 250,000 middle spiritual crystals. What do you think? Long Xuanyo stepped forward and interrupted. Ningqi smiled and said, Since Senior Wenlan introduced me, I still have 3 lower mystic level beauty calming pills. I will sell them to you for 100,000 middle spiritual crystals each. What? Long Xuanyo heard this and almost vomited blood. He looked at Ning Qi angrily and said, "Young man, didn't you just say that you will sell all your lower mystic level beauty calming pills to me? All's fair in war. You don't even know that, and you didn't sign a contract with me. How did you get the position of one of the 9 managers of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" Ning Qi glanced at Long Xuanyo indifferently. The gazes that Bao Dating and everyone else used to look at Ning Qi suddenly contained an additional thread of fear. This Peak Do Huang had actually played around with a Do Zun, who had worked hard in the business world for many years, in the palm of his hand. This was really too terrifying. The 3 old women's eyes were filled with joy, and the way they looked at Ning Qi was abnormally gentle. After Ning Qi handed the 3 low-grade mystic class beauty suppressing pills to them, they immediately took out spirit crystals and gave them to Ning Qi. Subsequently, the 3 of them consumed a low-grade profound rank beauty calming pill in front of everyone. Everyone once again saw a shocking scene. The 3 old women who were about to enter their coffins had recovered their peak appearances in the blink of an eye. Although they were still slightly inferior to Wenlan, they were still rare beauties. In the future, I will not only be the eunuch's savior, but also the beauty's savior, Ning Qi laughed self-deprecatingly. His beauty-calming pill had already benefited a few old women. Dongxian was the same as earth. Unless it was useful for a Dodi, the pills that increased one's cultivation base could not be sold at the same price as the beauty-calming pill. "Little brother, thank you for your beauty-calming pill." The 3 of them looked at each other and saw their own reflection in each other's eyes. Their faces were filled with ecstasy. Subsequently, the 3 of them told Ning Qi about their origins through telepathy and left. It turned out that the 3 of them were the elders of the 36 top sections. They were of the same level as Meng Qingling, and they were the Lampholder elders. They were the Frenzied Saber sect, the Soaring Flower sect, and the True Void sect. At this moment, the workshop owner's subordinates flew in front of Ning Qi again and recorded the items he had sold and the spirit crystals he had obtained. The first 100,000 middle spiritual crystals, coupled with the 1 million middle spiritual crystals contributed by Long Xuanyo, and the 300,000 middle spiritual crystals from the 3 of them, Ning Qi had already obtained 1.4 million middle spiritual crystals. It could be said that he was the champion of the Moon Cup at this moment. However, there were still 9 days to go, and it was still unknown who would be the champion. Long Xuanyo's face was extremely pale. His heart ached at the thought of being tricked by Ning Qi. "Little brother, since you still have more low-grade profound rank beauty calming pills, sell them to us." The people in charge of the 3 chambers of commerce quickly smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled slightly. "Didn't I sell them to shopkeeper Long? You can buy them from him." When Long Xuanyo heard this, he was slightly startled, and then a trace of joy appeared on his face. Ning Qi did not kill him, and there was still a market for the 5 low-grade profound rank beauty calming pills that he had. The 3 of them did not expect Ning Qi to do such a thing again, and they were immediately stunned. Bao Dating was secretly shocked. This boy really played them all in the palm of his hand. Even if Long Xuanyo was angry at him, he had no way to vent it. "Well, there are no more low-grade profound rank beauty calming pills, but I still have some gadgets here. You can have a look." Ning Qi smiled and took out a few pistols. It was indeed a gadget, and it was not very powerful. However, it was the first time that everyone had seen such a thing, and they all thought that it was a hidden weapon passed down from ancient times. In addition, Ning Qi's selling price was not expensive, so the number of people buying it increased. "The 3 of you, if you want the beauty calming pills, come with me." Long Xuanyo sneered at the 3 of them. Because of these 3 people, he had lost a lot of money, but as a businessman, as long as there was profit, even if it was an enemy, he could do business. Seeing this, the 3 of them had no choice but to follow Long Xuanyo into the tent of the Longting Chamber of Commerce. When Wenren Chongshu saw that Ning Qi's business was booming, and he was constantly earning spirit crystals, the jealousy in his heart rose to the peak. His cultivation was higher than Ning Qi, his talent was higher, and his background was stronger. But at this moment, Ning Qi had become the protagonist, and he could not even afford a decent birthday gift. At this time, Wenren Xiun walked towards Ning Qi. "What are you doing?" Wenren Chongshu was stunned. "Buying birthday gifts," Wenren Xiun said lightly. Seeing this, Wenren Chongshu gritted his teeth and followed her. Slow down, one by one." Bao Dating greeted the crowd enthusiastically. Although Ning Qi had a lot of spirit crystals now, those chambers of commerce had heaven-level lower and mid-grade heaven fighting weapons. If he sold a few more of them, he would not be able to become the champion of the Moon Cup. Therefore, Ning Qi was waiting for an opportunity. The news that he had mystic-level beauty calming pills must have spread, and in the last few days, there would be a group of people coming to buy them. By then, he could reach the top in one fell swoop. "Young master, do you have dragon blood fruits for sale?" Suddenly, a female voice was heard. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned and then looked at Ning Qi's wooden sign, "All Wonders Sundry Goods Store." Could it be that he really had dragon blood fruits? If not, wouldn't the name be a bit scary? I've already said, the important thing is not whether I have dragon blood fruits or not, but what price you can offer. I will only give you one chance to bid. Chapter 584. Jiuyang Jia Maiden. Does this fellow really have a dragon blood fruit? Where did he come from? Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock, secretly guessing Ning Qi's origins. The woman's lips moved slightly. "I have an incomplete heaven-rank cultivation technique. Its grade is unknown. If you are interested, we can discuss it in detail." Ning Qi wasn't interested in the other party's voice transmission. He shook his head and waved his hand at the woman. When the woman saw this, a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. How could he not be tempted by a heaven-ranked cultivation technique? This formula of the 9 suns is an ancient skill and is related to the Yin-Yang Temple. "Young master, I will use it to exchange for a dragon blood fruit. You won't lose anything. If you can find traces of the Yin-Yang Temple, I'm afraid the rewards will be extremely terrifying. That was once a sect that was even more terrifying than the 9 super clans. Female art of 9 suns?" Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He knew that he might have found the remnant of the 9 Yin goddess art. Yin-Yang Temple? Could it be that they were like the War God Temple, an ancient sect that was destroyed? Thinking of this, Ning Qi transmitted his voice to the woman. "Let me see if the cultivation method is real or not. If it is, I'll give you a dragon blood fruit." "Alright." The woman hesitated for a moment before walking up to Ning Qi and handing him a jade slip. After everyone saw it, they couldn't help but wonder what the contents of that jade slip were. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the incomplete God-tier cultivation technique, 9 Yang Polaris Maiden Art. It's true. After hearing the system notification, Ning Qi took out the remaining dragon blood fruit from the space inventory and handed it to the lady in public. Seeing this, the woman's eyes were filled with joy. Is this really the dragon blood fruit? Everyone stared at the dragon-shaped fruit in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the remaining dozen or so chambers of commerce, as well as other forces that were selling items, rushed over. When they saw the dragon blood fruit in the woman's hand, their eyes were filled with greed. "Miss, may I know if you can sell this dragon blood fruit to me?" someone shouted. The woman glanced at the crowd indifferently before consuming the dragon blood fruit. When the crowd saw this, those who had been scheming in their hearts regretted their actions. He did not expect the woman to be so decisive. After the woman consumed the dragon blood fruit, the 2 dragon horns on her forehead appeared once again. Only then did everyone realize that this woman was a dragon. The aura of the dragon race was gradually emitted from her body. The faint pressure caused quite a number of people whose cultivation was lower than the Do zone to take over a dozen steps back. Following that, a golden light flashed, and the woman's aura was restrained once more. However, everyone noticed that her essence, energy, and spirit were several times stronger than before. It was very likely that this woman was cultivating some kind of cultivation technique and was in need of the dragon blood fruit. "Do you still have more dragon blood fruits?" The woman looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Ning Qi shook his head. "Only one. Many thanks, young master." The woman cupped her hands and turned to leave. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then, they swarmed towards Ning Qi like madmen. He even sold dragon blood fruit, as expected of a sundry goods store that had all sorts of strange things. Everyone hurriedly asked about the spirit herbs and spirit fruits they needed. Ning Qi only sold things that were cost-effective. Therefore, out of 10 people, only one would get what they wanted. However, this ratio was still very shocking. As time passed, almost everyone in the Moon Cup knew that there was a small stall next to the soaring dragon chamber of commerce that sold all kinds of strange things. There were even elixirs that had been lost for tens of thousands of years. Seeing that Ning Qi's stall was so popular, the other chambers of commerce were afraid that Ning Qi would take first place and began to sell their own things at a reduced price. For example, Long Xuanyo of the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce sold 3 Heaven Stage middle-grade fighting weapons at a reduced price by 10%. Together with other small items, the amount of crystals he earned was no less than Ning Qi's. It could be said that he was Ning Qi's strongest opponent in the competition for the Moon Cup. 5 days later, Ning Qi's spatial bag was already filled with a large pile of mid-grade spiritual crystals. There were about 3 million of them. This was equivalent to 60 low-grade heaven-ranked sky-cracking inner armor, 6 mid-grade heaven-ranked weapons. He had already calculated that the spiritual crystals were useless to him. After the Moon Cup was over, he would use them all to buy spiritual herbs and weapons for refining elixirs. At that time, the disciples of the War God Temple will each have a heaven-ranked weapon. Who can compete with me? Ning Qi chuckled to himself. Young master, I have already inquired about the news. The Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce sold a total of 5 mid-grade heaven-ranked weapons, a dozen low-grade heaven-ranked weapons, and other small items. This time, they earned about 3,500,000 spiritual crystals. Bao Dating trotted to Ning Qi's side and whispered. 3,500,000. Ning Qi smiled. However, the other chambers of commerce can't do it. The most they earned was only 2 million mid-grade spiritual crystals. The guy who sold the least in the Moon Cup hasn't even opened his shop yet. Bao Dating continued. He looked at Ning Qi with admiration. He really could not imagine that Ning Qi was qualified to compete for the championship of the Moon Cup. Not long ago, he had always thought that Ning Qi was joking. Let's work harder and the first place will be secured. Ning Qi made a decision and said to the crowd, Everyone, you can leave now. I have decided to rest for a few days. I will come back on the last day. What? Young master, how can you rest? We received the news and came all the way here. Yes, isn't this a scam? Ning Qi was indifferent. He directly put away the wooden plate and turned to leave. Bao Dating hurriedly followed. Many people thought that Ning Qi wanted to secretly leave the place. They could not help but secretly exchange glances and carefully followed behind Ning Qi. However, they did not expect that Ning Qi did not intend to leave, but wandered around the major stalls. When those stall owners saw Ning Qi, their faces revealed a fawning expression. They frantically flattered Ning Qi's buttock. They had wanted to buy some goods from Ning Qi. As long as Ning Qi sold a few things to them, they could definitely make a huge profit after the Moon Cup ended. At this moment, the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the Spiritual Star Chamber of Commerce, the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce, the Yandong Chamber of Commerce, and more than a dozen chambers of commerce of various sizes gathered together. With Long Xuanyo in the lead, they sat together quietly. They looked at each other and stared at each other in dismay. I just received the news that the guy has closed his stall. Is it because he has sold out of things? Someone suddenly said. If that's the case, then it's great. If the Moon Cup is won by him, how can we save our face? The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce frowned. Someone spoke, and the others also began to express their opinions, 9 out of 10 of which were against Ning Qi. Long Xuanyo glanced at the crowd and slowly said, I have a suggestion. Choose one of you to cooperate with the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After we win the championship, we can share the 50% tax. That's not good. If you want to cooperate, you have to do it together. The person in charge of the Blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce frowned. The boss will not allow such a situation to happen, but I have a close relationship with the boss. If I ask, there should be a 30% to 40% chance of success. Therefore, only one can cooperate with me. This is enough to win the championship. Long Xuanyo said lightly. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other. The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce suddenly said, The Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce only wants 10% of the 50% tax. 10%? Are you crazy? Someone was dissatisfied with the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce's low price. There's no need to say more. The Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce will do. I can see their sincerity. Chapter 585. Old Lady Group Buying. Today is the last day of the Moon Cup. All the big chambers of commerce are bargaining for promotion in order to win the championship. Ha ha ha, I've waited 10 years for this day. Someone laughed complacently. He could finally get what he wanted today and buy what he wanted. I heard that the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce and the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce have joined forces this time. What? Wouldn't that be unfair to others? Did the owner agree? It was the workshop master who gave the nod. Oh, from the looks of it, that shopkeeper Ning will not be able to obtain the championship. Shu, lower your voice. He's coming. Everyone quickly shut their mouths and watched as Ning Qi and Bao Dating walked past them. Bao Dating's expression was somewhat ugly as he said in a low voice, Young master, I didn't expect the boss to agree to the alliance between the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce. This is clearly to suppress you. What's their total sales? Ning Qi said lightly. It should exceed 6 million medium spiritual crystals. Bao Dating whispered. It's only 6 million. Don't worry. Ning Qi smiled calmly. He still had over 100,000 Dragon Slayer coins on him. He did not believe that he would lose to Draco and the others in the Moon Cup. Shopkeeper Ning, are you still setting up your stall today? We've been waiting for several days. Give me more of those hidden weapons of yours. I'll bring them back for the younger generation to play with. Sorry, I'm not selling those little things today. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing that, everyone was a little disappointed. Those who wanted to buy a pistol for their juniors to play with were actually weapon refiners in their families. They wanted them to study what kind of hidden weapon it was. After that, Ning Qi continued to sit beside the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce. Long Xuanyo and the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce just happened to walk out. After seeing Ning Qi, Long Xuanyo stepped forward and said with a smile, Shopkeeper Ning, you're really in a leisurely mood. It's already the last day, yet you still want to come and sell things? With your sales, it will be difficult for you to get first place in the Jinghui Cup. Of course. How can he compare to the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce? Wenren Chongshu, who was behind Long Xuanyo, flattered. Ning Qi looked at him curiously. Why are you still following Shopkeeper Long? Aren't you going to buy a birthday gift for your ancestors? Or do you want to get something from Shopkeeper Long? Wenren Chongshu's face suddenly turned red. Ning Qi smiled and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Long Xuanyo and said, Shopkeeper Long, it seems like you're very confident. Don't you feel that your alliance with the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce is going against the rules of this Moon Cup? Brother Long, brother, Ning said that. Ning, brother lady, to battle, I long man long said. Long to long cup is long is long. Is one. After saying that, Long Xuanyo felt incomparably carefree. This time, Ning Qi obviously wanted to win first place in the Moon Cup, but was robbed by the Longting Chamber of Commerce. Long Xuanyo was very happy when he thought about how Ning Qi had done so many things, but in the end, he still couldn't win first place. At this time, as the time approached, the workshop master's subordinates had already begun calculating everyone's sales. The workshop master also personally came to the high platform in the middle. It's not time yet. I hope Shopkeeper Long won't be too happy. Shopkeeper Long, ha ha ha. Long Xuanyo laughed wildly and led the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce's representative and Wenren Chongshu to the central platform. When he passed by Ning Qi, Wenren Chongsu gave Ning Qi a mocking look. Young master, it doesn't matter if we lose this time. We can do it again in 10 years. Bao Dating comforted. Lose? Ning Qi sneered. Not necessarily. On the central platform, as soon as Long Xuanyo came over, he cupped his hands at the workshop's master and said with a smile, Master, thank you for your hard work. The workshop's master nodded. His eyes passed through them and stopped at Ning Qi, who was looking at him. He smiled. If it wasn't for the terrifying background of the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't have allowed the Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce to ally with the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce. Master, the calculations are done. The Dragonrise Chamber of Commerce will win this time. Not long after, a subordinate came to the workshop's master and said in a low voice. The workshop's master looked at the sky. It's not time yet. There are still 2 hours left. Only 2 hours left. Let's see how you can turn the tables. Long Xuanyo turned to look at Ning Qi when he heard the workshop's master. The other merchants also gathered at the high platform, waiting for the Moon Cup to end and the workshop's master to announce the result. Someone else is here? Wenren Chongshu suddenly looked up and saw dozens of figures flying over from the sky. The workshop's master fixed his eyes on them and quickly stood up. Just when everyone was still guessing who they were, the dozens of old women landed on the ground. Long Xuanyo's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Oh no! It's another Do Xing old monster. And all of them are women. Are they here for the lower mystic beauty pill? When he thought up to here, Long Xuanyo's face was slightly livid. But then he thought that even if Ning Qi still possessed low-grade profound rank beauty pills, it would be absolutely impossible for him to possess so many. With a rough glance, there were at least 30+ old women in this group. Haha, even if you sell one for 500,000 middle spiritual crystals, how many can you sell? Moreover, they won't spend 500,000 middle spiritual crystals to buy it from you. Long Xuanyo looked at Ning Qi mockingly. The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce felt a little guilty, but he was relieved to see Long Xuanyo so confident. Everyone, the workshop's master stepped forward and cupped her hands. Before she finished speaking, the dozens of old women opened their mouths and said, Where is the boy who sold the lower mystic beauty pill? The workshop's master was slightly stunned and pointed at Ning Qi. You must have been introduced here by someone, right? Ning Qi smiled and walked in front of the dozens of old women with Bao Dating. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes focused on Ning Qi. Some people were secretly shocked. Could it be that this boy still wanted to compete for the Moon Cup? It's you. An old woman walked in front of Ning Qi and sized him up. Then she nodded and said, It's exactly as the 3 stinky women described. The 3 stinky women, everyone could not help but curse in their hearts. Boy, quickly take out the lower mystic beauty pill. One pill costs 100,000 middle spiritual crystals, right? We are all ready. The old women surrounded Ningqi as if they were afraid that Ningqi would grow wings and fly away. Seniors, I don't have many lower mystic beauty pills left. If you want to buy all of them, I'm afraid. Chapter 586. Champion of the Jingyue Cup. What? The old women were shocked. When they thought that they could not eat the beauty-calming elixir and would die like this, they suddenly felt sad. Shopkeeper Long, how do you know whether I have the beauty-calming elixir or not? These seniors are here to do business with me. Don't interrupt, okay? Ningqi glanced at Long Xuanyo disdainfully, then smiled at the old women and said, I still have some beauty-calming elixir left. One for each of you. It should be enough. What? He still has more than 30 beauty-calming elixirs? Long Xuanyo's face turned pale. The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce suddenly felt weak in the knees. Even the owner of the Jingyue shop showed a trace of shock on her face. At this time, the person in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce and the other chambers of commerce could not help but gloat. After Ningqi finished speaking, he took out one inferior mystic-level beauty-calming elixir after another. Seeing this, the old women simply threw interspatial rings to Ningqi. Each interspatial ring contained 100,000 medium spiritual crystals. In a short while, Ningqi had 37 interspatial rings. In other words, this wave of business made him 3.7 million medium spiritual crystals. Seeing this scene, Long Xuanyo's heart suddenly sank into the abyss. According to his calculation of Ningqi's sales, it had far exceeded his alliance with the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce. Long Xuanyo regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have let the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce join in. That way, they would have won the championship of the Jingyue Cup. After the 38 old women took the beauty pill, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, everyone saw the 38 beautiful women. They looked at each other with joy, left contact information with Ningqi, and left together. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. At this time, the time was almost up. The owner of the Jingyue shop looked at the sky, sighed, and said loudly, The time is up. The champion of the Jingyue Cup is Ningqi, shopkeeper Ning. Ah, master, you really won the championship. Bao Dating was ecstatic. When Ren Chongshu looked as if he had eaten a mouthful of shit. He did not want to believe that Ningqi really won the championship of the Jingyue Cup. Shopkeeper Long and everyone, thank you for letting me win. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. Long Xuanyo forced a smile and nodded at Ningqi. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. He was not in the mood to stay any longer. If the manager were to find out that he did not win the championship this time, he might not be able to keep his position as the manager. Fortunately, I still have a few low-grade profound rank beauty suppressing pills with me. It can be considered as a blessing in misfortune. Long Xuanyo mocked himself in his heart. The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce was also ridiculed by the people in charge of the other Chamber of Commerce. He immediately covered his face and left. He had offended so many people, but he didn't reap any benefits. This time, he had suffered a double loss. Little brother, you're really young and promising. You deserve to be the champion of the Moon Cup. The workshop master of Starry Moon House looked at Ningqi with a smile. Boss, may I know about the statue? Ningqi forced a smile. Oh, it's here. Little brother, take it. But I'll have to ask you to keep it safe for me, because you'll need it for the next Moon Cup. The owner of Jingyu House smiled as she took out the sculpture and handed it to Ningqi. I'll return it to you next time? Dream on. Ningqi took the sculpture with a grin. He felt relieved and immediately kept the sculpture into his spatial bag. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an inferior grade spiritual god stone. The system can buy it back for 470,000. I'll only sell it to you for 400,000, Ning Qi said in his heart. The sculpture in the spatial bag disappeared instantly from the head down, and Ning Qi's balance of Dragon Slayer coins increased by 400,000. His current balance was 492000. This could be said to be the richest Ning Qi had ever been in history. Thank you, workshop master. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Without waiting for the owner of Jingyu House to speak, he turned around and left. He didn't have a good impression of this workshop master who helped Long Xuanyo cheat. Seeing this, the owner of Jingyu House was slightly stunned. She snorted coldly in her heart and also turned around to leave. Shopkeeper Ning, please wait. Can you transfer your Starry Moon statue to our Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce? The person in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce caught up with Ning Qi and asked with a fawning smile. Seeing this, the other people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce quickly reacted and surrounded Ning Qi, chattering non-stop. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "Even if you give me 10 million middle spiritual crystals, I won't transfer it. Don't waste your time." "You really won't transfer it?" The person in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce still wanted to persuade him, but Ning Qi had already left. "What do you think?" "What can we think? Why don't we discuss it with shopkeeper Long?" "All right." Everyone glanced at Ning Qi's back with a gloomy face and walked towards the Longting Chamber of Commerce. Apart from them, there were many others who had their eyes on Ning Qi. "Third brother, are the people outside ready?" "Boss, they're ready. Once that guy goes out, we'll strike." This time, there will be many people coming to snatch the food. Tell the brothers to be careful. "Yes." "Young master, congratulations on winning the Starry Moon Cup this time. However, I'm afraid there will be some trouble later on," Bao Dating said hesitantly while congratulating him. "I know there will be many people watching me. However, since I dare to sell things, I'm naturally not afraid of being robbed. You don't have to worry. I've troubled you during this period of time. Keep these spiritual crystals." Ning Qi handed Bao Dating an interspatial ring. Bao Dating glanced at it subconsciously and found that there were at least 10,000 middle spiritual crystals in it. His face suddenly revealed a surprised expression. He did not expect Ning Qi to be so generous. This made him feel even more guilty because it was very likely that Ning Qi would die the moment he left the Starry Moon workshop. Those who were watching him were not only the big chambers of commerce but also some bandit. There was no lack of Do Zun level existences among them. With Ning Qi's strength, he would definitely not be able to compete. At this time, Ning Qi had directly walked out of the Starry Moon workshop. Bao Dating hesitated for a moment and quickly followed. When they were about to leave the market, Ning Qi turned around and said, "You don't have to follow me anymore. I can't protect you when the time comes." "Young master, this..." Bao Dating's face showed a trace of hesitation. The next moment, his face revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, the guy who had been paying attention to Ning Qi's whereabouts was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He saw a giant that was hundreds of feet tall appear beside Ning Qi. The giant's aura was extremely frightening. It was at least an existence of the Do Zun level. Ning Qi directly flew into the giant's mouth. Not long later, he flew out again and the giant carried him out of the Starry Moon workshop. No wonder he is not afraid. He actually has such a powerful existence behind him to protect him. Bao Dating's face revealed a trace of surprise. As for the other people who were secretly watching Ning Qi, they looked at each other and did not dare to act rashly. This person's background is not trivial. Chapter 587. I'm not a businessman. Because of the bronze puppet, very few people followed Ning Qi after he left the Bright Moon workshop. Most people had given up. Of course, there were also people who were unwilling to give up. For example, big chambers of commerce like the Soaring Dragon sect. At this moment, Long Xuanyo and the other people in charge of the various large merchant associations were standing in front of Ning Qi. The weakest amongst them was a 1-star Do Zun. The one with the highest cultivation, Long Xuanyo, was a 4-star Do Zun. Long Xuanyo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the bronze puppet wasn't by Ning Qi's side. He smiled at Ning Qi and said, "Little brother, what a coincidence." Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "What do you want by blocking me? There's nothing you want. Hand over all your pills, spirit crystals, and the moon god's statue and we'll let you go." A person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, whose name Ning Qi did not know, grinned at Ning Qi. "Aren't you afraid that those Doshings who have made a deal with me will come and find trouble with you?" Ning Qi smiled. "Ah." The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce laughed wildly. "Do you really think that they can become your backer? Wake up. As long as we work together to kill you here, no one will be able to trace your whereabouts. Shopkeeper Long, what do you say? In any case, I sold you a few beauty-suppressing pills." Ning Qi looked at Long Xuanyo. Long Xuanyo sneered. "It's true that you sold me the beauty-suppressing pill, but you doubled the price. If not for that, I would have thought highly of you and let you enter the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you." "Then there's nothing else to say." Ning Qi sneered. With a thought, the bronze puppet appeared by his side, and with a punch, it blew up the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce who was closest to Ning Qi. Long Xuanyo and the others watched helplessly as the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce was beaten into a bloody mist. They immediately looked at the bronze puppet with extreme vigilance. "Sir, do you know who we are? Protecting this kid won't bring you any benefits." Long Xuanyo tried to persuade the bronze puppet to surrender. "As one of the 9 great shopkeepers of the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce, can't you tell that he's an ancient puppet?" Ning Qi said with a mocking smile. "Ancient puppets?" Everyone was shocked, and a trace of horror flashed in Long Xuanyo's eyes. Not only did Ning Qi possess the long-lost pill and dragon blood fruit, he even had an ancient puppet that he had never seen before. Whose grave did he dig up? "Shopkeeper Long. Let's join forces and kill him." The person in charge of the Blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce roared. Long Xuanyo also came to his senses and nodded. "Let's attack together. Let's end the battle quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. You guys deal with that big guy, I'll deal with that kid." The person in charge of the Weak Water Chamber of Commerce roared and charged towards Ning Qi. Before he could even get close to Ning Qi had already hidden inside the bronze puppet's mouth. At this moment, the bronze puppet's foot flew up and landed a heavy kick on the head of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce. The head of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain several miles away. Boom! The peak of the mountain was smashed. "You should repent for your actions." Ning Qi stood beside the bronze puppet's teeth, looked at Long Xuanyo, and said with a faint smile. 10 minutes later, the person in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce, whose fate was unknown, knelt together with Long Xuanyo and the others in front of the bronze puppet. The bronze puppet was ready to strike them at any time. Everyone trembled unconsciously. As Do Zuns, it had been a long time since they had felt this terrifying feeling of having their lives in someone else's hands. "Shopkeeper Ning, I was wrong. I swear that the Blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce will not make things difficult for you in the future. Will you let me go?" The person in charge of the Blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce looked up at Ning Qi with a bitter smile. At this moment, Ning Qi was standing on the shoulder of the bronze puppet, looking down at the crowd. Long Xuanyo's face was extremely pale. He had never imagined that Ning Qi's ancient puppet would have such a terrifying power. No matter what kind of attack it used, it was like a tickle to it. Is this the lost ancient puppet? It's too terrifying. If I had 10 of these puppets, I could even fight a dou sheng. Long Xuanyo thought in shock. Ning Qi looked at the person in charge of the blazing winter chamber of commerce mockingly. You want to leave just like that? Do you think I'm a fool? Then, shopkeeper Ning, what do you think? Since I'm in trouble, I'll settle this with the means of a businessman. I'll compensate you with a lower heaven-level fighting weapon. What do you think? The person in charge of the blazing winter chamber of commerce said in a low voice. At this moment, the interspatial ring of the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce was already in Ning Qi's hand. In addition to hundreds of thousands of middle spiritual crystals, there were also 3 lower heaven-level fighting weapons. One is not enough. If I want your lives, you have to give me at least 3, and shopkeeper Long at least 6. After a pause, Ning Qi looked at the others. You have to give me at least 1. I'll give you 10 breaths time to consider. If you're late, I'll take it myself. Well, I don't have that many lower heaven-level fighting weapons on hand. They're all in the Jingwe workshop. Why don't you let me go back to get them first? The person in charge of the blazing winter chamber of commerce said with a bitter smile. Boom! The bronze puppet suddenly lifted its foot and stepped on the person in charge of the flaming winter chamber of commerce. Before he could react, he was trampled into minced meat. Even before he died, he did not understand why Ning Qi, as a businessman, did not know how to bargain. The bronze puppet found an interspatial ring from the minced meat and gently pinched it before handing it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at Long Xuanyo and the others with a smile. How about it, everyone? Have you made up your mind? Do you want to trade for your lives, or do you want me to take it myself? Everyone who originally wanted to haggle over the price decisively handed over the low-grade heaven-rank spirit artifact. Long Xuanyo also handed over 6 lower heaven-level spiritual weapons with a cold face. That's right. Ning Qi checked. Including the lower heaven-level fighting weapons in the 2 unlucky people's interspatial rings, there were a total of 30 lower heaven-level fighting weapons. In fact, they were only worth 1 or 2 million middle spiritual crystals. Shopkeeper Ning, since you've taken your things, we can leave now. Long Xuanyo said coldly. Ning Qi looked at the bronze puppet with a smile. Send them away. What? You didn't keep your word. Long Xuanyo was shocked and angry. Boom! Boom! The bronze puppet landed a few heavy punches on them. Long Xuanyo and the others were severely injured in an instant. They found out in despair that their meridians and elixir fields were completely destroyed. I'm not a businessman, so I don't intend to do business with you. However, I'm still a man of my word. I'll let you leave alive. Ning Qi smiled faintly. With the help of the bronze puppet, he quickly flew away, leaving Long Xuanyo and the others lying on the ground in despair. I won't let you off. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.